Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing tales about Halloween to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the lavender fields of Tasmania, a monastery perched in the Himalayas, the midnight sun over Lapland, or a houseboat drifting through Kerala's backwaters. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, take a slow, quiet breath. You are walking into a special place within the Timeless Tales Library, where the books have no words. This is the Library of Silent Stories, where every volume is filled with pictures, feelings, and the quiet music of imagination. Here, there are no noisy distractions, just the peaceful narrative of images and the serene feeling of a story without sound. Let your body melt into your bed, your private reading nook in this silent, peaceful hall. Release any tension in your legs, arms, and neck. The silence of the library is like a soft blanket, wrapping you in quiet stillness and letting your mind rest from the chatter of the day. Open the first book. Let the beautiful, silent stories guide your thoughts into a tranquil, wordless world of dreams. A rainy day fairy tale, the lantern keeper's Halloween, a Halloween sleep story. The rain began just as the sun disappeared behind the October clouds, each drop carrying with it the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. Ruby pulled her crimson hood closer around her face as she stepped out into the gathering dusk, the wicker basket on her arm protected by a cloth of deep burgundy velvet. Tonight was All Hallows Eve, and she had promises to keep. The cobblestone path that wound through the village gleamed like polished obsidian beneath the gentle rainfall. Orange light flickered from behind curtained windows, and the soft murmur of voices drifted out into the evening air. Children's laughter echoed faintly from somewhere nearby, mixed with the rustle of costumes and the crinkle of sweet paper. But Ruby's destination lay beyond the village proper, where the old ways were still honored, and the night held deeper meanings than mere revelry. Her grandmother's cottage sat at the edge of the whispering wood, where ancient oak trees stood like silent sentinels, and the air always carried a hint of mystery. But tonight, Ruby carried something more precious than her usual gifts of bread and honey. Tonight, she bore the responsibility passed down through generations of women in her family, the duty of the lantern keeper. The rain drummed a gentle rhythm against her hood as she walked, creating rivulets that ran alongside the path like liquid silver in the dim light. Each step took her further from the warm glow of the village and deeper into the realm where Halloween night revealed its truest nature. The weight of the basket reminded her of the sacred trust she carried, 7 beeswax candles, each one blessed by her grandmother's weathered hands, each one destined for a specific place along the old boundary paths. As she walked, Ruby let her mind drift to the stories her grandmother had shared over countless evenings by the hearth. Tales of All Hallows Eve as a night of thin veils, when the world of the living brushed gently against other realms. Not frightening stories, but ones filled with wonder and respect for the mysteries that danced just beyond ordinary sight. Her grandmother spoke of Halloween as a night of protection and guidance, when certain souls walked the earth with benevolent purpose, seeking not to frighten but to bless those who welcomed them with open hearts. The first stopping place appeared ahead, marked by an ancient stone that had stood at this crossroads since time immemorial. Moss covered its surface like green velvet, and carved symbols, worn smooth by centuries of weather, still hinted at their original meanings. Ruby knelt beside the stone, carefully lifting the first candle from her basket. The beeswax felt warm and substantial in her hands, despite the cool air. She placed the candle in the small alcove carved into the stone's base, a hollow that had held countless candles before this one. With a long match struck against the rough stone, she lit the wick. The flame caught immediately, as if eager to begin its vigil, and cast dancing shadows across the moss-covered surface. The light seemed to pulse with its own gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring in the October darkness. For safe passage, Ruby whispered the traditional words her grandmother had taught her, for kind encounters and peaceful journeys through this sacred night. The rain continued its soft percussion around her, but somehow the candle flame remained steady, protected by some unseen grace. Ruby pulled her hood back up and continued along the path, leaving the first beacon glowing behind her like a small star fallen to earth. The second marker lay deeper in the wood, where the path curved around a grove of silver birch trees. Their pale bark gleamed ghostly white in the darkness, and their remaining leaves rustled with whispered secrets. Here stood another stone, this one carved in the shape of a crescent moon, its hollow filled with fallen leaves that Ruby gently cleared away before placing the second candle. As the flame sprang to life, she thought she heard something moving in the grove behind her. Not the sharp crack of a branch underfoot, but something softer like fabric brushing against bark, or wings settling among the leaves. She turned slowly, her heart calm rather than fearful, remembering her grandmother's words. Halloween night brings many visitors, child, but those who respect the old ways need never fear. Through the silver birch trunks, she glimpsed a figure in flowing robes, moving with ethereal grace between the trees. The figure seemed to be tending to the grove, touching each tree with gentle fingers, blessing the space with a presence both ancient and kind. Ruby watched in quiet wonder, feeling no alarm, only a deep sense of rightness. This was how Halloween night should be filled with mystery that comforted rather than frightened, populated by beings who walked in harmony with the natural world. The figure paused and seemed to notice Ruby's gaze. Instead of disappearing, it raised one hand in a gesture that spoke of blessing and gratitude. Ruby lifted her own hand in return, and for a moment the two watchers acknowledged each other across the moonlit grove. Then the figure continued its gentle work, and Ruby resumed her own sacred task, carrying with her a sense of communion with something larger than herself. The third candle found its place beside a small stream that meandered through the wood, its water dark as polished jet and singing softly over smooth stones. The marker here was different, not stone, but a living oak whose hollow trunk had been shaped by nature into a perfect alcove. As Ruby lit this candle, the flame reflected in the stream's surface, creating twin lights that danced together in quiet harmony. She knelt by the water's edge and dipped her fingers into the cool stream, then touched them to her forehead in an old blessing her grandmother had shown her. The water felt alive against her skin, charged with the energy of this most mystical night. In the reflection, her red hood looked like a flower blooming in the darkness, and she smiled at the image. The path grew narrower as she ventured deeper into the wood, but Ruby felt no concern. Each lit candle behind her created a chain of light, a golden thread connecting her to safety and purpose. The rain had gentled to barely more than mist, and the air carried new scents, cinnamon and cloves, wood smoke and something indefinably magical like starlight given fragrance. The fourth stopping place surprised her. Instead of the usual marker stone, she found a small clearing where someone had built what could only be called a fairy ring of mushrooms. Not the typical circle found in meadows, but a perfect spiral of pale fungi that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In the center of the spiral sat a carved wooden pedestal, no larger than a dinner plate, with a depression perfectly sized for a candle. As Ruby approached, she realized this was not a marker she recognized from her grandmother's teachings. Yet something about the place felt deeply right, as if it had been waiting specifically for this night, this moment, this particular candle. She placed the fourth taper in its destined spot and lit it, watching as the flame seemed to respond to the surrounding spiral with unusual vitality. The moment the light blazed up, the clearing filled with the gentlest music, not quite sound, not quite sensation, but something that resonated in the space between heartbeats. It reminded Ruby of wind chimes made from crystal, or distant bells carried on evening air. She stood very still, letting the music wash over her, feeling it harmonize with the rhythm of her own breathing and the soft patter of rain on leaves above. Gradually, the clearing began to reveal its other inhabitants. Tiny lights, no bigger than fireflies, began to dance around the mushroom spiral. But these were not insects. They moved with too much purpose, too much joy. They spiraled upward around the candle flame, creating helixes of gold and silver light that painted the air with their passage. Ruby watched in delight, understanding that she was witnessing something rare and wonderful, a celebration that belonged entirely to this mystical night. One of the lights danced closer to her, hovering near her face with what seemed like curious friendliness. Ruby held very still, hardly daring to breathe, and the light settled gently on the edge of her hood. For a moment, she felt its tiny warmth against her cheek, like a butterfly's kiss or a blessing made tangible. Then it rejoined its companions in their spiral dance, and Ruby knew she had been honored by their acceptance. She left the clearing with reluctance, but the path ahead called to her, and she had 3 more candles to place before her task was complete. The 5th marker waited at the crest of a small hill, where an ancient cairn of stones marked what had once been a boundary between kingdoms. Now it served as a boundary between worlds, a place where Halloween night revealed its deepest mysteries. The candle here seemed to light itself, as if eager to join the growing constellation of beacons Ruby had been creating. The flame burned with unusual colors, gold at its heart, but edged with deep purple and silver that should not have been possible in ordinary fire. Yet on this night, the impossible felt perfectly natural. From this vantage point, Ruby could see back along the path she had traveled, marked by the warm glow of the 4 candles behind her. Each light pulsed gently in the darkness, creating a rhythm that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of Halloween night. She could also see forward, where the path descended into a valley cradled by protective hills, and where her grandmother's cottage waited with its windows already glowing amber. But first, there were 2 more stops to make, each one pulling Ruby deeper into the heart of the night's enchantment. The 6th candle belonged at the storytelling stone, a flat-topped boulder perched on the edge of a whispering meadow, where, according to the legends passed down through generations in her family, the spirits of ancient bards still gathered to share tales on special nights like this one. This stone had always held a special place in Ruby's heart. It wasn't just a landmark, but a sanctuary of sorts. As a child, she had often wandered here during the lazy afternoons of autumn, curling up on its sun-warmed surface with a worn book of fairy tales or poetry, losing herself in worlds conjured from ink and imagination. The surrounding trees, ancient oaks and willows with branches like gnarled fingers, would rustle softly, as if applauding her quiet adventures. Even then, she had felt a subtle hum beneath the stone, a vibration that spoke of secrets buried deep in the earth. But tonight, under the veil of Halloween, that familiar spot thrummed with a different energy entirely, one that was alive, pulsating, and profoundly otherworldly. As Ruby approached, her lantern casting flickering shadows that danced like mischievous sprites across the grass, she felt a shiver of anticipation ripple through her. The air around the stone was cooler, laced with the earthy scent of damp moss and fallen leaves, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed like a storyteller's prelude. She knelt carefully, her knees sinking into the soft, dew-kissed ground, and placed the 6th candle in the natural depression at the stone's center, a shallow bowl, worn smooth by centuries of wind, rain, and perhaps the touch of ethereal hands. The wick caught the flame from her match with a soft whoosh, and immediately the boulder seemed to awaken. Ruby could swear she heard whispered voices carried on the night air, faint at first, like echoes from a forgotten dream. They weren't threatening or eerie, thank goodness, no ghostly wails or sinister murmurs that might send her fleeing into the darkness. Instead, they were warm and companionable, like friends gathered around a crackling hearth fire in some cozy, timeless tavern, sharing laughs and wisdom over mugs of mulled cider. The stories being told were in languages she couldn't understand, perhaps ancient Gaelic tongues or the melodic dialects of long-lost Celtic tribes, or even something more primordial, woven from the threads of the wind itself. Yet somehow their meaning reached her heart directly, bypassing the barriers of words and translation. It was as if the emotions and essences of the tales seeped into her soul through osmosis, painting vivid pictures in her mind's eye. She heard of felt, really tales of love and loss, a bard mourning a lover taken by the sea, his song a lament that turned into a celebration of eternal reunion under starlit skies. There were stories of courage and kindness, like the warrior who spared an enemy not out of weakness, but because he saw the shared spark of humanity in their eyes, forging an unlikely alliance that saved a village from ruin. And woven through it all was the enduring magic that connected all living things across time and space, a reminder that the roots of the great oak beside her might entwine with those of trees from millennia past, and that her own bloodline carried echoes of ancestors who had once sat here under the same moon. Ruby settled onto the stone beside the candle, crossing her legs and leaning back against the rough, comforting texture of the boulder. The flame flickered gently, casting a golden halo that illuminated faint carvings on the stone's surface, swirls and runes that she had never noticed before, or perhaps had never been visible until this sacred moment. She listened, letting the ancient stories wash over her like a gentle tide, ebbing and flowing with the rhythm of her breath. The rain that had plagued the earlier part of her journey had stopped completely now, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Stars were beginning to peek through breaks in the clouds overhead, like shy eyes winking from the velvet sky, and the air felt charged with possibility, thick with the kind of magic that made Halloween night sacred to those who understood its true nature. It wasn't the commercialized spectacle of costumes and candy that the world outside her family's traditions celebrated. No, this was the raw, pulsating core of All Hallows' Eve, a thin veil between the mundane and the mystical, where the ordinary world bent and yielded to the extraordinary. Time seemed to move differently here, stretching and contracting like taffy in invisible hands. Ruby couldn't say if she sat for mere minutes or drifting hours. The boundary between moments blurred as seamlessly as the stories themselves. Each narrative added another layer to her understanding of this mystical evening, peeling back the superficial fears society often draped over Halloween and revealing its luminous truth. She learned or intuited that the night was not about fear, but about acceptance. Acceptance of mystery, of the unknown shadows that hid wonders rather than horrors, acceptance of change, as the wheel of the year turned from harvest's abundance to winter's introspection, acceptance of the beautiful uncertainty that made life an adventure worth embracing. The candle flame beside her pulsed in rhythm with the storytelling voices, its light waxing and waning like a heartbeat, and Ruby felt herself becoming part of the tale, another thread in the endless tapestry of Halloween night. She imagined her own story unfolding here, a young woman stepping into her heritage, her fears of inadequacy dissolving like mist in the morning Sunday. In that moment, a profound peace settled over her, a sense that she was exactly where she was meant to be, woven into the fabric of something far greater than herself. Finally, as the voices began to fade into a contented murmur, like the dying embers of a fire, Ruby knew it was time to complete her circuit. The pull toward the final destination tugged at her gently, a silken thread guiding her onward. She rose from the storytelling stone with reluctance, her body heavy with the weight of absorbed wisdom, but also with anticipation that bubbled like champagne in her veins. The path down the hill felt like a gentle descent into warmth and welcome, the ground sloping softly underfoot, lined with ferns that brushed her ankles like affectionate pets. The night air grew milder as she descended, carrying hints of wood smoke and baking spices that promised hearth and home. Her grandmother's cottage sat nestled in its garden like a jewel in a setting of sleeping flowers and herbs, a picture of timeless serenity amid the encroaching wilderness. Every window glowed with the soft, inviting light of candles, their flames twinkling like captured stars, and smoke curled from the chimney in lazy spirals that seemed to carry blessings up to the heavens, twisting and dancing in the breeze. The garden itself was a living tapestry. Rows of lavender and rosemary bowed their heads in slumber, while late-blooming chrysanthemums held onto their petals like defiant sentinels. The air hummed with the subtle magic of the place, a sanctuary cultivated over decades by women who knew the language of the earth. At the entrance stood the garden gate, bearing the seventh marker, not a stone this time, but a wrought iron arch twined with ivy that clung tenaciously, its leaves glistening with residual raindrops. Small brass bells hung from the vines, each one etched with faint runes that caught the moonlight, chiming softly in the night breeze like a lullaby for wandering souls. With steady hands, Ruby placed the final candle in the lantern that hung from the gate's center, a ornate fixture forged by her great-grandfather, its glass panels etched with protective symbols. She struck the match, and as the wick ignited, the bells began to sing in harmonious chorus, a cascade of tones that built upon one another, from deep, resonant gongs to high, tinkling peals. The sound was impossibly beautiful, like crystal laughter mingled with silver tears, a music that spoke directly to the soul, evoking joy and sorrow in equal measure, and stirring memories not yet lived. The candle's light joined with the glow streaming from the cottage windows, creating a pool of warmth that seemed to embrace the entire garden, banishing any lingering chill and infusing the air with a golden radiance. Ruby stood there for a moment, transfixed, feeling the completion of her task resonate through her like a tuning fork struck just right. The front door opened before Ruby could even lift the latch, creaking on well-oiled hinges with a welcoming sigh. Her grandmother appeared in the doorway, her silver hair gleaming like moonlight on fresh snow in the candlelight, and her eyes deep pools of hazel flecked with gold, sparkling with ancient wisdom and deep, unbridled joy. She was a vision of enduring grace, her face lined not with age's cruelty, but with the gentle etchings of a life richly lived. She wore a robe of midnight blue scattered with silver stars that seemed to twinkle faintly, as if woven from actual night sky, and in her hands she carried a steaming mug that wafted aromas of cinnamon, honey, and secret spices, cloves and nutmeg, perhaps a pinch of something wilder, like elderberry or moonflower essence. "Welcome home, my dear one," her grandmother said, her voice carrying the same warmth as the cottage lights, rich and resonant, like velvet wrapped around a hug. You have done well tonight. The boundaries are blessed, the paths are lit, and all who walk this Halloween night will find safe passage and kind encounters. Come, let the night enfold you properly. Ruby stepped through the gate and felt its magic settle around her like a familiar embrace, a soft barrier against the world's uncertainties. The brass bells chimed their approval one last time, a final note of benediction, and somewhere in the distance she could hear the gentle laughter of the lights she had met in the mushroom clearing, carried on the night wind like a blessing from afar, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the soft patter of resuming drizzle. Inside the cottage the atmosphere was thick with comfort and mystery in equal measure, a perfect balance that spoke to the dual nature of Halloween. Candles burned on every surface, mantels, tabletops, even clustered on the windowsills, their flames steady and warm, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that played across the room like living art. The hearth fire crackled cheerfully in the stone fireplace, its logs popping with bursts of sap-scented smoke, casting dancing shadows on walls lined with books of old stories and ancient wisdom, tomes on herbal lore, grimoires of folk magic, and volumes of family chronicles bound in faded leather. Herbs hung in bundles from the exposed wooden beams, overhead bundles of sage for purification, thyme for courage, and rosemary for remembrance, their scents mingling to create a perfume that spoke of healing and magic combined, a heady brew that cleared the mind and soothed the spirit. Ruby's grandmother guided her to a chair beside the fire, its cushions plump and inviting, worn soft by years of use. She wrapped her in a quilt that had been in their family for generations, a patchwork masterpiece where each square told a story, a scrap of silk from a long ago wedding dress, a sturdy denim from her ancestor's work apron, embroidered flowers sewn by hands now dust. The hot drink her grandmother pressed into her hands tasted like Halloween night itself, sweet and spicy, mysterious and comforting, with depths that revealed themselves slowly with each sip, layers of flavor unfolding like petals in the dawn. "Tell me about your journey," her grandmother said, settling into her own chair with a contented sigh, her robe pooling around her like a midnight lake. "What did you see along the way? Spare no detail, for every whisper of the night holds meaning." Ruby found herself describing the evening in vivid detail, her words flowing as freely as the stories at the stone. She recounted the ethereal figure in the birch grove, cloaked in mist and mystery, who had nodded in silent approval, the spiral of dancing lights in the mushroom clearing, their joyful pirouettes, a celebration of seasonal change, the ancient stories whispered at the storytelling stone, each one a bridge across time. Her grandmother listened with the rapt attention she always gave to important things, her eyes half closed in concentration, nodding at intervals and smiling with deep satisfaction, as if reliving her own memories through Ruby's voice. "The old ways are strong tonight," her grandmother said when Ruby finished her tale, her tone laced with pride. Halloween has revealed its true face to you, not the mask of fear that some would paint on it with plastic pumpkins and manufactured scares, but its authentic nature as a night of wonder and connection. You have seen the guardians who watch over the boundaries, silent sentinels, ensuring no harm crosses uninvited. The lights that dance in joy at the turning of the season, spirits unbound by the veil's thinness, the stories that keep our history alive, threads that bind us to those who came before. These are gifts, child, given to those who approach the mystery with respect and open hearts. They remind us that we are not alone in this vast cosmos, that the unseen world walks beside us, offering guidance if we but listen. She rose gracefully and moved to a shelf filled with books bound in leather worn soft by countless readings, their spines cracked like old friends' smiles. From among them, she selected a volume that seemed to glow with its own inner light, its pages edged in gold, that caught the candlelight and threw it back in gentle sparkles, as if the book itself breathed with latent magic. "This has been waiting for you," her grandmother said, placing the book in Ruby's hands with reverence. Its weight was comforting, solid yet light, as if filled with air and whispers rather than mere paper. It contains all the stories of our family's Halloween nights, going back centuries to the old country, where the first lantern keeper in our line was a healer who lit fires to guide the lost during famine years. Each woman who has carried the responsibility of the lantern keeper has added her own experiences to these pages, sketches, pressed leaves from sacred groves, even locks of hair tied with ribbons. Tonight you earned the right to read them, and someday to add your own, inscribing your voice into this eternal record. Ruby opened the book carefully, the cover creaking like a door to another world, and the pages seemed to rustle with whispered voices and ancient magic, as if eager to share their secrets. The handwriting changed from section to section, elegant cursive giving way to bold script or delicate flourishes, but all united by the common thread of Halloween night and the sacred duty of keeping the boundaries blessed and the paths lit for safe passage. She read of her great-grandmother, Elara, who had once encountered a lost soul, a translucent figure adrift from the other side, confused by the thinning veil, and had guided it gently toward the light with a song passed down from her own mother, ensuring its peaceful return without a ripple of disturbance. She learned of her great-great-grandmother, Isolde, who had discovered that the dancing lights were the spirits of children who had passed beyond the veil too soon, but returned each Halloween to play and bring joy to the living world, their laughter a balm against the night's chill. There were tales of narrow escapes from mischievous fae, of bountiful harvests foretold by owl omens, and of quiet communions with the earth spirits that renewed the family's strength. Each story added another layer to Ruby's understanding of the role she had inherited, transforming what had once felt like a burdensome duty into a beautiful responsibility, a bridge between worlds, tended with love and light on this most mystical night. As she turned the pages, tears pricked her eyes, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming sense of belonging, of being part of a lineage that stretched back like roots into the soil of time. As the evening deepened, the cottage clock ticking softly like a heartbeat, her grandmother prepared a simple meal that grounded the magic in the tangible comforts of home. A pot of soup simmered on the hearth, made from vegetables grown in their own garden, carrots sweet as summer, potatoes earthy and filling, onions that released their savory essence with each stir laced with herbs that whispered of protection and plenty, fresh bread, baked that morning with a touch of wild yeast from the forest, was sliced thick and slathered with butter churned from their own cows. Honey, golden and viscous, gathered from hives buzzing in the orchard during sunnier days, dripped sweetly over it all. They ate by candlelight at the scarred oak table, sharing comfortable silences punctuated by quiet conversation about the old ways, the rituals that had evolved from pagan fires to Christian saints, yet retained their core essence and the new understanding Ruby had gained, her eyes alight with fresh insights. The candles will burn until dawn, her grandmother explained as they finished their meal, clearing the dishes with efficient grace. Each one will serve as a beacon for any who need guidance tonight, wayward travelers, restless spirits, or even the lost in heart who wander the woods seeking solace. The spirits you encountered will continue their own work, tending the groves with gentle hands, dancing their joy in eternal spirals, sharing their stories to illuminate the dark. Halloween night is long and full of wonders for those who know how to see them, but it demands vigilance from its keepers. Ruby felt a deep contentment settling over her, as warm and enveloping as the quilt around her shoulders, chasing away the last echoes of the night's exertions. The cottage seemed to pulse gently with protective magic, a sanctuary of light and love in the mystical darkness outside, its walls a bulwark against any encroaching shadows. Through the windows, framed by lace curtains yellowed with age, she could glimpse the steady glow of the 7 candles she had lit, each one a promise kept and a blessing given, their flames defiant against the encroaching night. Her grandmother prepared a bed for her in the small room that had once been her mother's, a cozy nook with sloped ceilings and beams etched with protective sigils. The sheets were crisp linen, smelling of lavender from the sachets tucked into the drawers, and moonlight from the open window that let in the night's cool breath. The pillow was soft with goose down fluffed just so, and the quilts piled high with generations of love stitched into every piece, appliqued hearts, embroidered stars, patches mended with care during lean times. A single candle burned on the nightstand, its flame casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance with protective intent, warding off dreams unbidden. As Ruby settled into the comfortable bed, the mattress yielding like a cloud, her grandmother came to bid her good night, her footsteps soft on the creaking floorboards. She carried with her a small gift wrapped in silk, the color of starlight, shimmering faintly in the low light. Inside, Ruby found a pendant on a silver chain, a tiny lantern no larger than a walnut, crafted with exquisite detail, its crystal flame seeming to hold captured fire within its heart, glowing with an inner warmth that defied the cool metal. "This was my grandmother's," her grandmother said, her voice tender as she fastened the chain around Ruby's neck, the clasp clicking softly. And her grandmother's before that, passed down like a flame from hand to hand. It will remind you always of your role as lantern keeper, a symbol of the light you carry within, and it will call you home whenever Halloween night comes round again, its glow strengthening with each turning of the year. Wear it with pride, child, for you have earned your place in the long line of women who have kept these boundaries blessed and safe, weaving safety into the fabric of the night. Ruby touched the pendant gently, feeling its warmth against her skin, a steady pulse that mirrored her own heartbeat. The crystal flame flickered subtly, as if alive, and she knew that she would indeed return each Halloween, basket in hand with blessed candles at the ready, walking the ancient paths with renewed purpose, ensuring that the night remained one of wonder rather than fear, for all who encountered its mysteries, hikers stumbling upon glowing markers, children chasing fireflies that were something more, or even the unseen folk who crossed the veil in search of harmony. The cottage grew quiet around her, filled with the peaceful sounds of a home at rest, the soft settling of wood as it cooled, the whisper of wind around the eaves like a guardian's murmur, the distant chiming of the brass bells on the garden gate fading into a rhythmic lullaby. Outside, Halloween night continued its gentle revelries, a symphony of unseen joys. The candles burned steadily in their appointed places, steadfast sentinels. The dancing lights spiraled their joy among the mushrooms, a whirlwind of ethereal delight. And the ancient stories continued to weave their magic around the storytelling stone, drawing in any who might pass by with open ears. Ruby closed her eyes and felt herself sinking into sleep, as natural and peaceful as autumn rain, her body heavy with satiation and her mind alight with visions. Her dreams were filled with golden light and silver bells, with figures in flowing robes who moved with grace through moonlit groves, sharing nods of camaraderie, with the warm certainty that she had found her place in the great tapestry of Halloween night, a vital stitch in an ever-expanding weave. The pendant over her heart pulsed gently with each breath, keeping time with the eternal rhythm of the seasons turning, a reminder that some magic never fades but only grows stronger with each passing year, deepening like roots in fertile soil. The rain began again just before dawn, soft and gentle as a lullaby, pattering against the roof like fingers drumming a soothing tune, washing the night clean and preparing the world for a new day of ordinary wonders. But the magic of Halloween lingered, woven into the very air like invisible incense, carried in the memory of 7 candles burning bright, and the knowledge that the boundaries between worlds had been blessed once more by hands that understood the true meaning of All Hallows' Eve, not a night of terror, but one of profound connection, where the living and the departed danced in harmony under the watchful eyes of the stars. As the first light of November morning crept over the hills, pale and tentative, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, the candles flickered once in final salute and went out, their vigil complete, their promise kept with unerring fidelity, but their light lived on in the heart of the young woman who slept peacefully in the cottage garden. Wait, no, in the cottage's embrace, dreaming of dancing lights and ancient stories, and the beautiful responsibility that would call her back each Halloween night for all the years to come, a cycle as enduring as the moon's phases and the earth's quiet spin. A cozy Halloween night in the rainy day bakery sleep story, the Timeless Tales Library. The first drops of rain began to fall just as the afternoon light was fading into the deep purple of Halloween evening. Each droplet caught the amber glow of the street lamps, creating tiny golden sparks that danced briefly before disappearing into the growing puddles along cobblestone lane. The wind carried with it the scent of autumn leaves, wood smoke, and something else, something warm and sweet, that seemed to drift from the little bakery tucked between the old bookshop and the flower market. The rainy day Halloween bakery had been there for as long as anyone could remember, though few could say exactly when it had first appeared. Its windows glowed with a soft, honey-colored light that seemed to push back against the gathering storm, and the painted sign above the door, depicting a cheerful pumpkin holding an umbrella, swayed gently in the wind. Wisps of steam curled from the chimney, carrying the promise of warmth and freshly baked bread into the cool evening air. Inside, the bakery was a haven of comfort and light. The walls were lined with shelves of warm oak, filled with glass jars containing spices that sparkled like jewels, cinnamon sticks tied with orange ribbon, whole nutmegs that gleamed like small wooden moons, and star anise that looked like tiny bronze flowers. Copper pots hung from hooks near the great stone hearth, where a fire crackled softly, sending dancing shadows across the worn brick floor. The air was thick with the scent of vanilla, brown butter, and the deep, rich smell of chocolate melting slowly in double boilers. Behind the counter, movements could be glimpsed, the flash of flour-dusted hands, the gentle clink of measuring spoons, the soft whisper of oven doors opening and closing. But the baker remained a mysterious presence, never quite fully visible, always just around the corner or behind the great stone ovens. What mattered was not the baker's face, but the baker's gift, the uncanny ability to know exactly what each visitor needed, exactly when they needed it most. The display cases were filled with Halloween treasures that seemed to glow in the warm light. Pumpkin-shaped scones dotted with candied ginger, their golden crusts brushed with honey that caught the firelight. Apple cider donuts dusted with cinnamon sugar, still warm from the oil. Maple leaf cookies decorated with amber icing that looked like real autumn leaves. And in the center case, a magnificent array of cupcakes topped with swirls of orange and black frosting, each one decorated with a tiny marzipan pumpkin or a delicate sugar spider that seemed almost too beautiful to eat. The first rumble of thunder rolled across the sky just as the bakery's bell chimed softly, its brass voice barely audible above the growing patter of rain against the windows. The door opened, and a gust of wind carried in a few golden leaves, along with a young woman in a pale blue dress and a white apron, her dark hair damp from the rain. "Oh my," she said softly, pausing just inside the doorway, as the warmth of the bakery enveloped her like a gentle embrace. Her voice carried the crisp accent of New England, and her dark eyes took in the cozy scene with obvious relief. What a lovely place! This was Alice, though she was no longer the curious child who had once tumbled down a rabbit hole into Wonderland. Years had passed since her strange adventures, and she had grown into a thoughtful young woman who worked as a governess for a kind family in the countryside. But the wonder in her eyes remained unchanged, and as she stepped further into the bakery, that same sense of magic she had once known began to stir in her heart. "I was caught in the rain," she explained to the warm air, though no one seemed to be listening, or perhaps someone was, just out of sight. "I was walking home from the village when the storm began. I've never seen this bakery before, though I've walked this way 100 times. She moved toward the counter, her wet shoes making soft sounds on the brick floor. The display cases drew her like a magnet, and she found herself gazing at a tray of cookies shaped like playing cards, hearts and spades and clubs and diamonds, each one decorated with royal icing in the most delicate detail. They reminded her of something, though she couldn't quite place what. "How curious," she murmured, and as she spoke, a cup of tea appeared on the counter before her, not placed there by any visible hand, but simply present, as if it had always been there. The cup was delicate china, painted with tiny roses, and the tea within steamed gently, carrying the scent of bergamot and honey. Beside it sat a small plate holding a single playing card cookie, the Queen of Hearts, decorated with intricate red icing and tiny pearl dust that made it shimmer in the firelight. Alice wrapped her hands around the warm cup and took a sip. The tea was perfect, not too hot, not too sweet, with just the right hint of lemon. As the warmth spread through her chest, she felt the tension of the long day begin to melt away. She had been worrying about her young charges, about the lessons she needed to prepare, about the letter she needed to write to her sister. But here, in this moment, with the rain drumming gently against the windows and the fire crackling in the hearth, all of those concerns seemed very far away. She took a small bite of the cookie, and the flavor transported her instantly, butter and vanilla and a hint of rose water that made her think of her mother's garden in summer. The icing was smooth and sweet, with a complexity that revealed itself slowly, layer by layer. It was, she thought, exactly what a Queen of Hearts cookie should taste like, though she had never tasted one before. The bell chimed again, more insistently this time, and the door burst open with a gust of wind and rain. A figure stumbled inside, a tall, lean man, with wild dark hair and clothing that had seen better days. His coat was patched in several places, and his boots were worn thin at the heels, but his eyes were bright and intelligent, and there was something noble in his bearing despite his shabby appearance. "Good evening," he said, straightening his coat and attempting to smooth his unruly hair. His voice carried the musical cadence of the Scottish Highlands, and there was poetry in the way he shaped his words. "I do apologize for my dramatic entrance. The storm seems to have increased in intensity, and I found myself in need of shelter." This was Robert Burns, the ploughman poet. though he had long since set down his plough to pursue the muse that called to him from every sunrise and sunset, every lark's song and lover's sigh. He had been walking through the countryside, as was his habit when inspiration struck, composing verses in his head about the beauty of autumn evenings. But the storm had caught him unprepared, and he had been grateful to spot the warm light of the bakery through the driving rain. Alice looked up from her tea and smiled. "Please, come in properly. The fire is warm, and the tea is excellent." Burns moved toward the hearth, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the cozy bakery. "A magical place indeed," he said, warming his hands by the fire. "I've walked these roads for years, but I've never encountered this particular establishment. Though perhaps," he added with a twinkle in his eye, "it only appears when it's most needed." As if in response to his words, a bowl of something hot and fragrant appeared on the counter nearest to where he stood. It was oatmeal porridge, but not the simple fare of his childhood. This was porridge fit for a poet, creamy and rich, topped with a swirl of honey and cream, candied walnuts, and a sprinkle of what looked like gold dust but was actually brown sugar mixed with cinnamon. Beside it sat a thick slice of what appeared to be traditional Scottish bannock, but as Burns approached, he could smell the additions that made it special: dried currants, a hint of whiskey, and herbs that reminded him of the highland meadows of his youth. "Oh, now that's a sight for sore eyes," he said, settling onto a stool by the counter. He took a spoonful of the porridge, and his eyes closed in pure bliss. "Aye, that's the taste of home, but better than home ever was." Alice watched him with interest. There was something about the way he savoured each bite, the way he seemed to find poetry in the simple act of eating, that spoke to her own appreciation for life's smaller pleasures. "Are you a writer?" she asked. "Among other things," Burns replied with a smile. "I write verses about the beauty I find in the world, the way the morning light falls across a field of barley, the sound of a stream running over stones, the way a woman's laugh can make the whole world seem brighter." "How lovely," Alice said. "I've always thought there was poetry in ordinary things, though I've never been brave enough to write it down." "Ah, but courage isn't required, lass," Burns said gently. "Only honesty and a willingness to see the magic that's already there." The storm outside seemed to be settling into a steady rhythm now, the thunder rolling more distantly, and the rain falling in a constant, gentle patter that was almost musical. The fire crackled in response, sending up sparks that danced like tiny fairies before disappearing up the chimney. The bakery felt even cozier now, with two people sharing its warmth, their quiet conversation mixing with the sound of the rain and the distant whisper of the baker's continued work. The bell chimed a third time, and this time the door opened more cautiously. A small figure peered inside a girl of perhaps 16 or 17, with golden hair braided simply and eyes the color of winter sky. Her dress was plain but well made, and she carried herself with a dignity that seemed too old for her years. This was Cordelia, the youngest daughter of King Lear, though she bore no crown now and claimed no royal title. "Excuse me," she said softly, her voice carrying the refined accent of nobility tempered by genuine humility. I hope I'm not intruding. The storm has made travel impossible, and I saw your light. Not intruding at all, dear, Alice said warmly. Please, come out of the cold. Cordelia stepped inside, closing the door carefully behind her. She moved with the grace of someone accustomed to court life, but there was no arrogance in her bearing, only a quiet strength and a sadness that seemed to cling to her like morning mist. She had been traveling alone, something that would have been unthinkable for a princess in her father's court. But she was no longer a princess, having chosen honesty over flattery, love over political advantage. Her father's rejection still stung, though time had begun to heal the worst of that wound. A weary traveller is always welcome, Burns added, gesturing to the warmth of the fire, especially on a night like this, when the storm seems bent on reminding us how small we are in the face of nature's power. As Cordelia approached the fire, she found that a place had been prepared for her, a comfortable chair with soft cushions, positioned perfectly to catch the fire's warmth. On a small table beside the chair sat a delicate teacup filled with something that steamed gently, and a plate holding what appeared to be a single piece of shortbread, but as she lifted it, she could see it had been shaped into a heart and decorated with crystallized violets. She took a sip of the drink and discovered it was spiced cider, warm and fragrant with cinnamon and cloves, with just a hint of something else, perhaps cardamom or a touch of brandy. It was exactly what she would have chosen for herself, had she known such a perfect drink existed. This is extraordinary, she said softly, taking a small bite of the shortbread. The butter was rich and creamy, the sugar perfectly balanced, and the violets added a floral note that made her think of the gardens of her childhood, when life was simple and her father's love seemed as constant as the sunrise. Indeed it is, Alice agreed. I was just thinking how this place seems to provide exactly what each person needs. My tea appeared just as I was hoping for warmth, and Mr. Burns found porridge that reminded him of home. The mystery of it adds to the charm, Burns said, finishing the last of his bannock. Sometimes the best gifts are those we cannot explain, only accept with grateful hearts. Cordelia nodded, settling more comfortably into her chair. I've been traveling for some time, she said, seeking, well, I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeking. A new beginning, perhaps. A place where I can be useful, where my past doesn't define my future. Ah, the eternal journey, Burns said gently. We're all seeking something, are we not? The perfect verse, the perfect love, the perfect moment when everything makes sense. I think sometimes the perfect moment is simply this, Alice said, gesturing to the cozy scene around them. Warm and dry, with good food and kind company, while the storm rages safely outside. They fell into a comfortable silence then, each lost in their own thoughts, but connected by the shared warmth of the bakery and the gentle rhythm of the rain. The fire continued to crackle, sending dancing shadows across the walls, and somewhere in the back of the bakery they could hear the soft sounds of continued baking, the whisper of flour being sifted. the gentle bubble of something simmering on the stove. The bell chimed once more, and this time it was accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps on the cobblestones outside. The door opened to admit a large man with a beard like spun silver and eyes that held depths of ancient wisdom. His clothing was simple but well made, the garb of a craftsman or merchant, and he carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to respect. This was Prospero, the exiled Duke of Milan, though his days of commanding spirits and conjuring tempests were long behind him. "Good evening," he said in a voice like aged whiskey, rich and smooth. "I find myself in need of shelter from this most determined storm." He paused just inside the doorway, his eyes taking in the scene with obvious pleasure. Here was Alice with her teacup and playing card cookie, Burns with his empty bowl of porridge, and Cordelia curled in her chair with the firelight dancing across her golden hair. The warmth and peace of the scene seemed to settle something in his soul that had been restless for far too long. "Please, join us," Cordelia said, gesturing to the remaining chairs near the fire. "We seem to have found the most welcoming refuge imaginable." Prospero moved toward the fire with the measured step of someone who had learned not to rush through life, having discovered that the most precious things revealed themselves only to those who took the time to truly see. As he settled into a chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for him, he found a goblet at his elbow, not filled with wine, as might have been expected, but with something far more intriguing. It was hot chocolate, but not the simple drink of childhood. This was chocolate as it might have been served in the court of Spanish kings, rich and dark, with hints of vanilla and cinnamon, a touch of chile pepper that warmed without burning, and topped with whipped cream that had been dusted with what appeared to be edible gold. Beside it sat a single piece of what looked like Turkish delight, but as he lifted it, he could see it had been crafted with extraordinary care, layers of different flavors visible in its translucent depths, like a tiny stained glass window. "Magnificent," he said, tasting first the chocolate and then the confection. "This brings back memories of distant lands and royal banquets, of flavors I had almost forgotten existed." "You've traveled extensively?" Alice asked, intrigued by the worldliness in his voice. "In my youth, yes," Prospero replied. "I was in a position that allowed me to see much of the world, though I spent many years after that in solitude, learning that sometimes wisdom comes not from seeing new places, but from truly understanding where you are." Burns leaned forward with interest. "A philosopher as well as a traveler, I suspect. There's something in your bearing that speaks of deep learning, hard-won wisdom. We all learn if we live long enough," Prospero said with a gentle smile. "I've learned the value of forgiveness, the power of letting go of old grievances, the peace that comes from accepting what cannot be changed while working to change what should be changed." Cordelia looked up from her cider. "Forgiveness," she repeated softly. "Yes, I'm still learning that lesson myself. It's perhaps the most difficult lesson of all," Prospero said, "especially when we must forgive those we love most, for it's their failures that cut us deepest." The conversation flowed gently among them then, touching on travels and dreams, on books they had read and places they had been. Alice spoke of her work with children, how their unguarded curiosity reminded her daily of the wonder that existed in the world. Burns shared fragments of verses that came to him as he spoke, painting word pictures of Scottish hillsides and the laughter of shepherdesses. Cordelia described the small cottage where she now lived, how she had learned to find joy in simple tasks like tending a garden or baking bread for her neighbours. And Prospero told stories of distant islands and ancient libraries, of the satisfaction that came from understanding at last that true magic lay not in commanding others, but in mastering oneself. The storm outside had settled into a gentle, steady rain that no longer seemed threatening but rather comforting, a lullaby sung by the sky to help the world settle into peaceful sleep. Inside the bakery, the fire had burned down to glowing coals that painted everything in warm amber light, and new treats had appeared on the counter as they talked. There was a tray of what looked like miniature pumpkin pies, each no larger than a silver dollar, their crusts flaky and golden, their fillings smooth and spiced with just the right blend of cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger. Beside them sat a plate of cookies shaped like autumn leaves, each one a different color, some gold like birch leaves, some red like maple, some brown like oak, and all dusted with a sugar that sparkled like morning frost. But most impressive of all was a cake that now graced the center of the counter. It was not large, but it was clearly a masterpiece, 3 layers of what appeared to be spice cake, filled with something that looked like cinnamon buttercream, and covered in fondant that had been painted to look like autumn twilight. The base was deep purple like the evening sky, gradually lightening to gold near the top, and scattered across its surface were tiny sugar stars and a crescent moon that seemed to glow with its own light. "That's the most beautiful cake I've ever seen," Alice breathed, rising to get a better look. "It's like something from a dream," Cordelia agreed, joining her at the counter. Burns stood and moved closer as well, his poet's eye taking in every detail. "Aye, it's a work of art, too beautiful to eat, surely." But Prospero, with the wisdom of his years, smiled and shook his head. Beautiful things are meant to be enjoyed, not merely admired. The baker, wherever he or she may be, created this to be shared, not preserved. As if summoned by his words, 4 plates appeared on the counter, each holding a perfect slice of the twilight cake. The interior was revealed to be even more magical than the exterior. The cake itself was a warm golden color, studded with what appeared to be crystallized ginger and tiny pieces of candied orange peel. The filling was indeed cinnamon buttercream, but layered with thin sheets of what looked like spun sugar that caught the light like dewdrops on spider webs. They each took a plate and returned to their seats by the fire, where the coals still glowed with steady warmth. The first bite of cake was a revelation, moist and spiced, sweet but not cloying, with flavors that seemed to change and develop as they ate. Alice detected notes of cardamom and a hint of rosewater. Burns found echoes of honey and oats that reminded him of his homeland. Cordelia tasted lavender and and something that might have been elderflower, and Prospero discovered layers of complexity that spoke of exotic spices from distant lands, star anise, perhaps, and something that might have been saffron. Each person tastes something different, Alice said wonderfully. How extraordinary. Perhaps we taste what we need, Cordelia suggested, what speaks to our hearts in this moment. Or perhaps, Burns said with a smile, the magic lies not in the cake itself, but in sharing it with kindred spirits on a stormy night. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire and listening to the rain, which had grown even gentler and more musical. The bakery seemed to wrap around them like a warm blanket, protecting them from the weather and the worries of the world beyond its walls. As they finished their cake, Alice found herself thinking about the curious path that had led her here. If she hadn't stayed late at the schoolhouse to prepare lessons, if she hadn't decided to walk home despite the threatening sky, if she hadn't seen the warm light of the bakery just when the rain began. But perhaps, she thought, some meetings were meant to be, written in the stars long before the participants ever suspected. Burns was composing in his head, weaving the evening into verses that captured not just the sensory details, the taste of the perfect porridge, the warmth of the fire, the sound of rain on windows, but the deeper magic of finding unexpected friendship in an impossible place. Cordelia felt something she had not experienced since leaving her father's court, a sense of belonging, of being exactly where she was meant to be. These strangers had welcomed her without question, shared their warmth without reservation, asked nothing of her but her simple presence. It was, she thought, what true fellowship should be. And Prospero, who had spent so many years mastering the complex arts of magic and governance, marveled at the simple enchantment of this place, this moment. Here was magic that required no spells or spirits, only the willingness to be present, to be grateful, to share what was given with an open heart. The bell chimed one final time very softly, and they all looked toward the door, but no one entered. Instead, the sound seemed to signal something, a change in the atmosphere perhaps, or simply the passage of time. The storm outside had gentled to the softest whisper of rain, barely audible now against the windows. I believe the storm is ending, Prospero said softly. They all listened, and indeed, the drumming on the roof had faded to the gentlest patter, and through the windows they could see that the wind had stilled. But none of them made any move to leave. I'm in no hurry to venture out again, Alice admitted. This has been the most peaceful evening I've had in months. Aye, there's no rush to return to the world just yet, Burns agreed. Sometimes a man needs to sit by a fire with good company and let his soul catch up with his body. I feel as though I could stay here forever, Cordelia said dreamily. When morning comes, perhaps this will all seem like a beautiful dream. Perhaps it is a dream, Prospero said with a gentle smile. But if so, it's the kind of dream that changes us, that we carry with us long after we wake, as if in response to their reluctance to leave, new comforts appeared around them. Alice found a soft blanket draped over the arm of her chair, woven in shades of blue and silver that reminded her of winter mornings. Burns discovered a leather-bound journal and a well-worn quill pen on the table beside him, as if the bakery understood his need to capture the evening in words before it faded. Cordelia's chair acquired a small footstool and a pillow embroidered with tiny violets, transforming it into the most comfortable seat imaginable. And beside Prospero's chair appeared a small stack of books, volumes of philosophy and poetry, their leather covers worn smooth by many hands. The fire settled into a steady glow that would last for hours, and the bakery filled with the kind of deep, contented silence that comes only when people are exactly where they want to be, with exactly the companions they need. Alice wrapped herself in her blanket and curled up in her chair, her teacup refilled with something that smelled of chamomile and honey. Burns opened the journal and began to write, his pen moving smoothly across the cream-colored pages as he captured the magic of the evening in carefully chosen words. Cordelia closed her eyes and let the peace of the moment wash over her, feeling safer and more at home than she had since leaving her father's castle. And Prospero selected a volume of poetry from his stack and began to read quietly, his deep voice adding another layer of comfort to the scene. The hours passed, unmeasured and unnoticed. Sometimes one of them would speak, sharing a thought prompted by a line of poetry, a memory stirred by the taste of their drinks, a reflection on the strange magic of the evening. But mostly they simply existed together in comfortable quiet, each lost in their own thoughts but united by the shared experience of perfect contentment. Alice dozed in her chair, her dreams filled with images of playing card cookies and teacups that refilled themselves. She dreamed of walking through gardens where the flowers were made of spun sugar and the trees grew books instead of leaves. And everywhere she went, there were friends waiting to share whatever adventures the day might bring. Burns wrote until his hand grew tired, filling page after page with verses that captured not just the events of the evening but its essence, the way kindness could transform strangers into friends, the way a simple meal shared became a feast, the way four people from different worlds could find common ground in appreciation for beauty, wisdom, and warmth. Cordelia let herself drift in and out of peaceful half-sleep, her mind releasing at last the burdens of guilt and regret she had carried for so long. In this place, surrounded by these people who asked nothing of her but her genuine self, she could finally forgive not just her father for his rejection, but herself for the pride that had made her unable to speak the flattering lies he had wanted to hear. And Prospero read until the words began to blur on the page, not from weariness but from a kind of deep satisfaction that made concentration difficult. He had found what he had been seeking without knowing. He was seeking it a place where his past mattered less than his present kindness, where his magic was not in commanding storms, but in appreciating the simple gift of good company on a rainy night. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving behind only the gentle drip of water from the eaves and the distant sound of wind chimes stirring in the cool night air. Through the windows they could see the first faint lightening of the eastern sky, not yet dawn, but the promise of dawn, the gentle transition from night to morning that would bring with it the return to ordinary time and ordinary concerns. But for now, they remained in the timeless space of the bakery, surrounded by warmth and comfort and the lingering sweetness of shared treats and shared stories. The fire continued to glow, the books continued to offer their wisdom, and the mysterious baker continued to work somewhere in the shadows, preparing for whatever new visitors the next storm might bring. Alice stirred in her chair and smiled without opening her eyes. In a few hours, she would need to return to her duties, to the children who depended on her guidance and the lessons she needed to teach. But she would carry with her the memory of this evening, the taste of perfect tea, the warmth of unexpected friendship, the knowledge that magic could still be found by those who remained open to wonder. Burns set down his pen and flexed his fingers, satisfied with the verses he had created. Tomorrow he would polish them, share them with the world, let others experience through his words some small portion of the magic he had found tonight. But even if the poems were lost, even if no one ever read them, the evening itself was treasure enough. Cordelia opened her eyes and looked around at her companion's Alice, peaceful in her blue blanket, Burns with his ink-stained fingers and contented smile, Prospero absorbed in his book but radiating deep tranquility. She had been alone for so long, carrying her burdens in solitude, but tonight had shown her that loneliness was a choice, not a fate. There would always be other weary travelers seeking shelter from storms, and perhaps she could be for them what these people had been for her, a welcoming presence, a listening ear, a friend discovered in an unexpected place. And Prospero, closing his book at last and settling back in his chair, marveled once again at the evening's gifts. He had spent years learning to command the elements, to bend spirits to his will, to shape reality through force of knowledge and determination. But tonight he had learned a deeper magic, the magic of receiving what was offered with gratitude, of being present without trying to control, of finding in simple human connection the most profound enchantment of all. The bakery settled around them like a gentle embrace, protecting their peace for these last precious hours before the world reclaimed them. Outside, Halloween night was fading into All Saints' Day. The storm was passing into clear skies, and 4 souls had found exactly what they needed in the warm light of an impossible place. As the first birds began to sing in the distance, heralding the approach of dawn, Alice, Burns, Cordelia, and Prospero remained exactly where they belonged, safe, warm, content, and deeply, perfectly at peace. The rainy day Halloween bakery had given them its greatest gift, the knowledge that no matter how far they might travel, no matter what storms they might face, there would always be places like this waiting to be discovered, and people like each other waiting to share in the simple, profound magic of kindness, comfort, and connection. The gentle sound of their breathing mingled with the dying whispers of the fire, the soft settling of the old building, and the distant promise of morning, creating a lullaby that would carry them safely through the remaining hours of the night and into whatever dreams awaited them in the peaceful dawn. Bedtime Halloween story at the Enchanted Halloween Library with Beauty and the Beast Reimagined. The rain began just as the sun disappeared behind the forest's golden canopy, each droplet catching the last amber light before dissolving into the gathering dusk. Belle pressed her face to the cool glass of the library window, watching the gentle shower paint silver streaks across the castle's ancient stones. The sound was like a lullaby, soft, rhythmic, and infinitely soothing. She had been reading by the fire when the storm arrived, but something about the rain's gentle percussion against the windows had drawn her from her chair. The castle felt different tonight, as if the approaching Halloween season had awakened something ancient and magical within its walls. There was a sweetness in the air, like cinnamon and nutmeg, and a soft golden glow seemed to emanate from places where no candles burned. "How curious," Belle murmured, her breath creating small clouds on the glass. The beast was away this evening, tending to some mysterious business in the castle's lower chambers, and Belle found herself alone with the rain and whatever gentle magic was stirring in the autumn air. As she turned from the window, her eyes fell upon a section of the library she had never noticed before. Between two familiar bookcases, where surely there had been a solid wall just yesterday, stood an archway draped with garlands of autumn leaves. The leaves seemed to glow with their own inner light, burnished gold, deep crimson, and warm amber, swaying gently despite the absence of any breeze. Belle approached the archway slowly, her bare feet silent on the thick carpet. The air grew warmer as she drew near, and the sweet spice scent grew stronger, accompanied now by the comforting aroma of vanilla and wood smoke. Through the archway, she could see a corridor she had never explored, lined with tapestries that seemed to move and shift in the flickering light of floating candles. She paused at the threshold, one hand resting on the smooth stone. "Hello?" she called softly, though she wasn't sure why. The castle often held surprises, but they were always gentle ones, always beautiful. Still, there was something about tonight that felt especially sacred, as if she were about to witness something rare and precious. No answer came except the whisper of the rain and a distant sound like wind chimes made of silver bells. Belle stepped through the archway. The corridor beyond was unlike anything she had seen in the castle before. The walls were carved with intricate patterns of vines and flowers, but as Belle looked closer, she realized the carvings were moving ever so slowly, the stone vines growing and twisting, the flowers blooming and fading in an endless peaceful cycle. The floating candles cast dancing shadows that seemed to tell wordless stories of seasons passing and time flowing like honey. At the corridor's end, another archway beckoned, this one framed with pumpkins that glowed like lanterns from within. But these were no ordinary jack-o'-lanterns. Their faces were kind and welcoming, their carved features soft and gentle. Some smiled serenely, others seemed to be singing silent songs, and one particularly rotund pumpkin appeared to be laughing with pure joy. Belle found herself smiling as she approached them. "Well, aren't you lovely?" she whispered, reaching out to touch the smooth surface of the laughing pumpkin. It was warm beneath her fingers, and she could swear she felt a gentle pulse like a slow heartbeat. Through this second archway lay a room that took Belle's breath away. It was a library, but unlike the grand library where she spent her days. This one was smaller, more intimate, with curved walls that seemed to embrace anyone who entered. Every surface was decorated for Halloween, but in the most enchanting way imaginable. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, their wooden surfaces carved with delicate patterns of bats with silver wings, cats with jeweled eyes, and ravens with feathers that seemed to ruffle in an unfelt breeze. The books themselves were bound in rich autumn colors, deep purples, midnight blues, forest greens, and burnt oranges. Their spines bore titles in scripts that shimmered and changed as Belle looked at them. Songs of the October wind, tales from the harvest moon, whispers of the autumn spirits. In the center of the room stood a reading chair unlike any Belle had ever seen. It was carved from what appeared to be a single, massive tree root, its surface polished to a warm honey color. Cushions of midnight blue velvet made it look impossibly inviting, and beside it sat a small table holding a steaming cup of something that smelled like spiced apple cider and dreams. But what truly made the room magical were its other occupants. Throughout the space, moving with the gentle grace of autumn leaves on a breeze, were spirits. They were translucent and glowing, like moonlight given form, and they tended to the library with loving care. One dusted the highest shelves with a feather duster made of silver spider silk, humming a tune that sounded like distant thunder. Another arranged flowers in vases, black roses that glittered with starlight, orange marigolds that seemed to contain tiny suns, and deep purple chrysanthemums that whispered secrets in languages older than words. The spirits were beautiful in their ethereal way, with flowing robes that seemed to be cut from the night sky itself, complete with slowly moving constellations. Their faces were kind and peaceful, and when they noticed Belle standing in the doorway, they smiled and nodded welcomingly before returning to their gentle tasks. "Oh," Belle breathed, stepping fully into the room, "this is wonderful." The rain continued its soft percussion against windows Belle couldn't see but could hear, creating a cocoon of sound that made the magical library feel even more intimate and safe. One of the spirits, a tall, graceful being with a crown of autumn leaves, approached her with movements like flowing water. "Welcome, dear reader," the spirit said, its voice like wind through trees heavy with golden leaves. "We have been preparing for Halloween, and for you." "For me?" Belle asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than surprise. In this castle, being expected by magical beings was simply another gift to be treasured. "The autumn spirits have watched you read by the fire," another spirit explained, this one shorter and rounder, with a wreath of miniature pumpkins adorning its translucent brow. "We have seen how you love stories, how you treasure words and the worlds they create. Tonight, on the threshold of Halloween, we wanted to share our library with you." Belle turned slowly, taking in every detail of the enchanted space. "It's the most beautiful library I've ever seen," she said truthfully, "but what makes it special for Halloween?" The first spirit smiled, and and when it did, tiny points of light danced around its form like fireflies. These books contain the dreams and stories of every Halloween night that has ever been. Not the frightening tales meant to scare, but the gentle magic, the wonder of children seeing their first jack-o'-lantern, the joy of harvest festivals under starlit skies, the quiet moments when the veil between worlds grows thin and magic feels possible. Each book, added the round spirit, holds memories of peaceful Halloween nights. Would you like to read one? Belle nodded eagerly, and the spirit floated toward one of the shelves, selecting a volume bound in deep orange leather with silver clasps shaped like crescent moons. This one is perfect for a rainy night, the spirit said, offering the book to Belle with hands that felt like warm mist. Belle accepted the book and moved to the wonderful reading chair. As she settled into its embracing curves, the cushions seemed to adjust perfectly to her form, and the steaming cup on the side table proved to contain the most delicious, spiced cider she had ever tasted. It warmed her from the inside out, carrying flavors of apple and cinnamon, cardamom and star anise, with just a hint of something magical she couldn't quite identify. She opened the book, and the pages seemed to glow with soft golden light. The text appeared in elegant script that was perfectly easy to read, and as Belle began, she realized she wasn't just reading the story, she was seeing it, feeling it, experiencing it as if in the most vivid and peaceful dream. The story told of a small village long ago, where the people celebrated Halloween not with fear, but with gratitude for the harvest and wonder at the changing season. Belle watched through the book's magic as families carved pumpkins by candlelight, their faces soft with concentration and love. She saw children in costumes made with careful hands, not scary monsters, but gentle creatures like fireflies with gossamer wings, or autumn trees with leaves that actually rustled when they moved. The rain outside grew heavier, but inside the enchanted library, the sound only added to the coziness. The spirits continued their quiet work, and Belle found herself utterly at peace. Each page of the book revealed new wonders. A Halloween festival, where jack-o'-lanterns were floated on a moonlit lake, like prayers sent skyward. A grandmother telling stories of helpful ghosts who tended gardens while families slept. Children making offerings of cookies and milk, not just for Santa at Christmas, but for the kind spirits who watched over them through the dark months of the year. As Belle read, she became aware of a gentle melody filling the air. The spirits were singing, not with voices, but with the very essence of their being. The song had no words, but it spoke of seasons turning, of the beauty in endings that made room for new beginnings, of the magic that lived in quiet moments and simple joys. The book in her hands grew warmer, and the pages began to show her something new. Instead of the historical village, she was seeing the beast's castle on other Halloween nights. She watched as the beast himself, in years past, had wandered these very halls, pausing to touch decorations that appeared as if by magic, smiling at small gifts left by unseen hands, a perfect autumn leaf on his pillow, a small pumpkin by his breakfast plate, windows that cleaned themselves to better show the beauty of the changing seasons outside. He's not alone, Belle realized aloud, looking up at the spirits around her. He's never been alone. The tall spirit with the crown of leaves nodded. The castle has always taken care of those who dwell within its walls. Magic recognizes love in all its forms. Romantic love, yes, but also the love of books and learning, the love of beauty, the love of quiet moments and simple pleasures. You both have brought such joy to these ancient stones. Belle felt tears of happiness gather in her eyes. Through the book's pages, she could see how the castle had celebrated every Halloween during the beast's long years of solitude, never allowing him to feel forgotten. And now, she was part of that love, part of the castle's family. She continued reading as the rain drummed its gentle rhythm against the windows. The stories in the book grew more personal, showing her Halloween celebrations from around the world. Families in Ireland carving turnips by firelight, children in Mexico creating altars with flowers and photographs, people in Romania lighting candles in windows to welcome friendly spirits home. Each tale was suffused with warmth and wonder, focusing on the connections between people, the beauty of traditions passed down through generations, and the magic that existed not in supernatural scares, but in the simple act of coming together to celebrate the mystery and beauty of the changing world. The spirits in the library moved like a gentle dance, their tasks completed. Some tended to the flowers, which seemed to bloom more brightly under their care. Others organized the books, though Belle noticed that the volumes seemed to arrange themselves, moving slowly and peacefully to their proper places, like sleepy cats finding the perfect spot for a nap. One spirit approached Belle with something in its translucent hands, a small pumpkin no bigger than an apple, carved with an intricate pattern of stars and moons. Unlike traditional jack-o'-lanterns, this one glowed from within with a soft, pearl-colored light that was soothing to look at. "A gift," the spirit said, "for your first Halloween in our enchanted library. Place it by your bedside tonight, and it will give you the most peaceful dreams." Belle accepted the tiny pumpkin with reverence, feeling its warmth pulse gently against her palms. "Thank you," she whispered. "This has been the most wonderful evening." The round spirit with the pumpkin crown floated closer. "But the evening is not over yet, dear reader. There is one more gift we would like to share." Belle looked around the library, wondering what more could possibly be added to this perfect experience. The spirit gestured toward a section of the room that had been hidden in gentle shadows. As Belle looked, the shadows lifted like a curtain, revealing a small alcove where hundreds of tiny lights floated freely through the air. "Memory lights," the tall spirit explained. "Each one contains a moment of pure Halloween joy from somewhere in the world. Would you like to release some into the castle, so that the beast might enjoy them when he returns?" Belle's heart swelled with love for the beast and gratitude for the spirit's thoughtfulness. "Oh yes," she said, standing from the comfortable chair. "He would love that." She followed the spirits to the alcove, and as she drew near, the lights seemed to respond to her presence, swirling in gentle spirals and figure eights. Each light was a different color, some golden like candlelight, others silver like moonbeams, still others in soft pastels that had no names but were beautiful beyond description. Simply touch the ones that call to you, the spirit instructed, and they will carry their joy throughout the castle. Belle reached out with wonder, her finger making contact with a light the color of harvest moons. The moment she touched it, she was filled with the memory it contained, a child's laughter as they bit into a caramel apple at their first Halloween festival, the pure joy of discovery and sweetness. The light pulsed once and then began to drift away, moving with purpose toward the library's entrance to begin its journey through the castle halls. Belle touched another light, this one a deep gold, radiant as autumn leaves caught in the late afternoon Sunday. It pulsed warmly in her hands, revealing the memory of an elderly couple carving pumpkins together, their hands weathered yet gentle, intertwined as they worked, their laughter echoing through 50 years of shared Halloween nights. Each cut of the knife was a shared ritual, their smiles illuminated by the flickering glow of candle-lit pumpkins. The memory filled Belle with a quiet joy, a warmth that lingered as the light drifted upward, joining the others to weave its magic for the beast when he returned. One by one, Belle selected more memory lights, each a tiny universe of happiness. A silver light sparkled with the wonder of a child seeing their first ghost costume, their initial fear dissolving into giggles as they recognized their beloved grandmother beneath the white sheet, her eyes twinkling with mischief. A rose-colored light bloomed with the memory of friends gathered around a flickering fire, their voices soft as they shared gentle stories not of fright, but of love, courage, and connection. A green light shimmered with the moment someone first understood that Halloween was about transformation, not just slipping into costumes, but turning ordinary nights into extraordinary ones, filled with possibility and wonder. Each light pulsed with its own unique warmth before floating away, carrying its gift through the castle's ancient halls. As Belle released the lights, the library around her seemed to come alive, its shelves and corners pulsing with a quiet contentment. The air grew softer, as if the castle itself were exhaling a sigh of satisfaction. The rain outside had gentled to the softest whisper, each drop a delicate note in a lullaby that wrapped the world in peace. The spirits, their task complete, arranged themselves in a loose circle around Belle. Their translucent forms glowed with a serene joy, their faces radiant with the fulfillment of sharing magic. The tall spirit, its cloak shimmering like moonlight on a still lake, stepped forward, its voice resonant yet tender. The castle will be filled with Halloween magic when the beast returns, it said. He will find memory lights in his study, glowing gently by his favorite books, casting warmth over the pages he loves. Others will drift through the dining hall, their light creating patterns like constellations on the ceiling, a celestial map of joy. Some will settle in the garden, where they'll transform raindrops on the autumn flowers into tiny prisms, scattering rainbows across the petals. The spirit's words painted a vivid picture, and Belle could almost see the beast pausing in wonder. his heart stirred by the unexpected beauty. Belle clasped the small carved pumpkin to her chest, its pearl-colored glow pulsing softly against her. She imagined the beast's expression, his eyes widening, his slow smile spreading as he discovered the gifts waiting for him. The thought warmed her, filling her with a quiet certainty that this magic would touch him deeply. "Will I be able to find this library again?" she asked, her voice steady without sadness. She had learned that some magic was meant to be a permanent fixture, like the castle's enchanted heart, while other magic was a fleeting, once-in-a-lifetime gift, perfect in its impermanence. The round spirit, its pumpkin crown glowing with a warmth that rivaled the firelight, smiled gently. "The library exists whenever it is truly needed," it said. "When the rain falls on Halloween night, when someone seeks comfort during the dark season, when a reader yearns to discover new wonders, then the doorway will appear. It is not a place you seek, but one that finds you." Its words were a reassurance, a promise that the magic would return when the time was right, when the world was ready to offer its gifts again. Belle nodded, her heart full. During her time in the castle, she had come to understand that magic was not about control or possession. It was about openness, being ready to receive gifts when they were offered, and grateful for their presence, however brief. The spirit's glow seemed to brighten for a moment, as if affirming her understanding, their forms shimmering like stars against the library's warm shadows. The carved pumpkin in her arms pulsed gently, its light a steady companion, a reminder that this night's magic would linger in her heart and in the castle's halls. The library seemed to hum softly, its energy aligning with the rhythm of the rain outside. Belle felt a deep peace settle over her, as if the castle itself were wrapping her in its embrace, promising that every season would bring new wonders. She imagined the memory lights drifting through the castle, finding every corner where the beast might wander, his study, his reading nook, the rose-filled conservatory, the quiet kitchen where he sought solace in the night. Each light would carry a piece of this Halloween magic, a reminder that he was never alone, that love and wonder were woven into the very stones of their home. As the spirits began to fade, their forms blending into the library's warm glow, Belle felt a quiet gratitude. The rain whispered its final notes, and the castle settled into a gentle stillness, as if it too were ready to rest. The carved pumpkin glowed steadily, a beacon of Halloween magic that would guide both Belle and the beast through the night, promising dreams filled with autumn's gentle wonders. The spirits began to fade, not vanishing abruptly, but softening into translucence, like morning mist kissed by the first rays of sunrise. Their ethereal forms shimmered, blending with the dim glow of the castle's ancient walls. "Sleep well, dear Belle," they whispered in unison, their voices weaving together into a delicate harmony, like wind chimes crafted from silver and starlight. "Dream of Halloween nights filled with wonder, and wake tomorrow to find that the magic has only just begun." Their words lingered in the air, a promise wrapped in the scent of autumn leaves and distant bonfires. Belle retraced her steps through the castle's winding corridors, which now seemed to pulse with a warmth that hadn't been there before. The memory lights she had released floated gently behind her, casting a golden glow that danced across the stone walls. In her hands the carved pumpkin pulsed with its own pearl-colored light, a soft heartbeat of magic. The shadows it cast weren't harsh or foreboding, but playful, resembling leaves twirling in an autumn breeze, as if the castle itself were celebrating the season. When she reached the familiar library where her evening had begun, Belle paused at the threshold. The archway through which she had entered the magical realm stood unchanged, yet it felt transformed. It was no longer just a passage to another place, but a portal to another season, another state of being, a doorway that promised to reappear when the time was right. She imagined it waiting for her, perhaps on another rainy evening when the world grew quiet and the air thrummed with possibility. The thought filled her with a quiet anticipation, as if the castle were whispering that this was only the beginning of many such nights. Settling into her favorite chair by the fire, Belle placed the glowing pumpkin on the small table beside her. Its light flickered gently, casting a warm halo that mingled with the fire's glow. To her surprise, the cider cup from the magical library had followed her, its spiced warmth still steaming faintly. She sipped it, savoring the notes of cinnamon and apple, and watched as raindrops traced silver patterns across the library's tall windows. Each droplet seemed to carry a story, a fleeting glimpse of the world outside, where autumn reigned in all its quiet glory. The castle around her hummed with a gentle, living energy, as if it were aware of the magic she had set free. Belle closed her eyes for a moment, picturing the memory lights drifting through the halls, seeking out every corner where the beast might wander. She imagined them illuminating his study, where he pored over old maps and journals, their soft glow highlighting the edges of parchment. She saw them floating to his favorite reading nook in the tower, where he often sat with a book of poetry, lost in thought. They would find the conservatory too, where he tended his roses with a care that belied his fearsome appearance, and even the kitchen, where he sometimes wandered late at night when sleep eluded him, seeking the comfort of warm bread or a quiet moment alone. The rain outside had slowed to a deliberate rhythm, each drop falling with purpose, like the final notes of a lullaby. The castle seemed to settle around her, its timbers sighing contentedly, its stones whispering secrets to one another in a language older than time. The air itself sparkled with anticipation, as if the castle knew the beast would soon return and discover the Halloween magic waiting for him. Belle smiled at the thought, her heart warming at the idea of his quiet wonder, his slow smile as he realized what she had done. She opened the book she had been reading before the rain began, but the words seemed different now, as if the magic of the evening had seeped into the pages. Each story felt like a doorway to another world, each poem an invitation to linger in wonder. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing across the text, and Belle felt a delicious drowsiness begin to settle over her. The carved pumpkin pulsed in time with her breathing, its rhythm slow and soothing, as if it were guiding her toward rest. The castle's magical hum had softened into a melody, like a lullaby sung by the stones themselves. Belle's eyelids grew heavy as she imagined the beast returning home, his heavy footsteps pausing as he encountered the first memory light in his study. She pictured his eyes widening, his clawed hand reaching out to touch the glowing orb, its warmth revealing that he was loved, remembered, and cherished. She saw his slow smile, the one he reserved for moments of quiet understanding, as he realized that the castle and Belle had crafted this gift just for him. The book in her lap grew warm, its pages seeming to rewrite themselves into a new tale, a gentle story about a castle where every season was celebrated with love, where every night held the promise of magic, and where no one who dwelt within its ancient walls was ever truly alone. Belle's thoughts drifted to future Halloween nights, to traditions she and the beast would create together, carving pumpkins by candlelight, their hands brushing as they worked, reading ghost stories that were more beautiful than frightening, their voices mingling in the quiet, dancing in rooms adorned with autumn leaves that glowed like captured sunsets, their steps a silent promise to share every season. As Belle slipped closer to sleep, the carved pumpkin settled into a steady, soft glow, a beacon that would burn peacefully through the night. The rain whispered its final notes against the windows, and the castle wrapped its magical embrace around all who sheltered within its walls. In her dreams, Belle wandered through halls lit by memory lights, each one revealing glimpses of Halloween nights yet to come. She saw herself and the beast laughing as they carved pumpkins, their breath visible in the crisp autumn air. She saw them reading by the fire, their voices weaving stories that felt like spells. She saw them dancing under chandeliers that flickered with the light of 1,000 tiny stars, the castle alive with the joy of their shared moments. Somewhere in the depths of the castle, the beast was making his way home, his path now illuminated by the memory lights Belle had released. He paused at each one, his heart swelling with wonder as he touched the glowing orbs. Each light carried a fragment of Halloween joy, a reminder that his home was filled with more magic than he had ever imagined. He smiled as he walked, knowing that whatever gentle adventure had brought these gifts would become another beautiful story to add to the collection of wonders that made up their life together. The rain ceased just as Belle's breathing settled into the rhythm of deep, peaceful sleep. The castle seemed to exhale, its stones and timbers aligning in a silent promise that every season would bring new magic, every storm would be followed by peace, and every Halloween night would be filled with gentle wonders waiting to be discovered. The carved pumpkin glowed softly through the night, its light a symbol of Halloween magic and love, ensuring that both Belle and the beast would dream of autumn nights filled with joy, connection, and the endless possibilities of a world where magic was as real and comforting as the rain on the windows and the warmth of home. A rainy Halloween sleep story, The Little Mermaid Halloween. The rain began just as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, sending gentle ripples across the surface of the sea far above. Down in the deepest trenches where the little mermaid had made her home, she could feel the subtle change in the water's rhythm, a soft, persistent percussion that spoke of droplets meeting waves in an endless, soothing dance. This was a symphony she knew well, one she had come to cherish in her solitary life. Her name was Nerida, a melodic name that few remembered now. In the decades since she had chosen the profound stillness of the deep over the clamor of the world above, she had become something of a legend herself, the mermaid who dwelt in places where even other sea folk rarely ventured. Her tail, once the brilliant green of shallow lagoons, had taken on the deep indigo of midnight waters, shot through with silver threads that caught and amplified what little light filtered down from the distant surface. She was a creature of the dark, and she had found her peace within it. The abyss was her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to dissolve, and the weight of the world above could not reach her. She had woven her life into the fabric of the deep, her days spent tending to the delicate ecosystems that thrived in the absence of sunlight, her nights filled with the quiet songs of the ocean. Tonight, however, felt different from other nights. The water itself seemed to hum with a gentle anticipation, as if the entire ocean were holding its breath. A new kind of energy flowed through the deep currents, a delicate vibration that spoke of something extraordinary. Nerida glided through her underwater garden, a grove of ancient kelp trees she had tended for a lifetime. Their massive fronds swayed in the deep currents like the arms of sleeping giants, a familiar and comforting sight. Each frond was a testament to her care, their surfaces smooth and vibrant despite the crushing pressure of the depths. She had learned their rhythms, their needs, and in return they offered her companionship in a world where solitude was both a choice and a necessity. As she moved between the towering plants, small bioluminescent creatures began to emerge from their hiding places. Jellyfish no larger than her palm, pulsing with a soft blue light, and tiny fish that sparkled like scattered stars. They followed her as she swam, creating a living constellation of gentle illumination that danced around her form. She was a queen of these silent, sparkling subjects, and their presence brought her a quiet joy. She extended a hand, and a tiny jellyfish settled there, its light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. It was a reminder that life persisted even in the deepest places, a delicate balance of beauty and resilience. The rain above grew steadier, and with it came something she had rarely seen. Leaves autumn, leaves of gold, crimson, and burnt orange began to drift down through the water column. They spiraled and fluttered like slow, graceful dancers, their colors vibrant against the deep blue backdrop. This phenomenon happened only a few times in her long life beneath the waves, when the autumn storms were particularly strong, stripping the coastal forests bare and sending their treasures spiraling into the sea. Each leaf was a fleeting visitor from a world she had left behind, a reminder of seasons that turned far above her eternal night. She caught one of the leaves as it fluttered past, a perfect maple leaf, the color of sunset. As she held it up to examine its delicate veins, she noticed something that made her pause. The leaf was glowing with the same soft light as her bioluminescent companions, as if it had absorbed some of the magic from its long journey through the depths. She turned it over in her hands, marveling at its texture, the way it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was not just a leaf, but a relic of some ancient enchantment carried by the storm to her hidden world. Curious now, Nerida began to follow the trail of falling leaves upward, swimming with the unhurried grace of one who had all the time in the world. The leaves seemed to be gathering in a particular direction, drawn by some invisible current toward the ancient coral formations that marked the edge of her territory. These formations were older than she was, their skeletal structures a testament to millennia of patient growth. She had always found them beautiful, their intricate patterns a kind of silent poetry written in calcium and time. As she swam, she began to notice other changes in her underwater realm. The coral polyps, usually closed tight at this hour, were opening their tiny mouths to catch the falling leaves. As they did, they too began to glow with that same warm golden light. Sea anemones stretched their tentacles toward the drifting foliage, their tips alight with a gentle shimmer. Schools of deep-sea fish emerged from the coral caves to dance among the floating autumn treasures, their movements creating swirling patterns of light and color. The ocean was coming alive in a way she had never seen, as if the leaves were a catalyst for some hidden magic that had lain dormant until this moment. The further she swam, the more magical the scene became. An old shipwreck that she had explored countless times was now draped with garlands of glowing leaves, as if some unseen hand had decorated it for a celebration. The broken masts and rotting wood were transformed into something beautiful, an underwater palace adorned for a festival. The ship, once a relic of tragedy, now seemed to hum with life, its surfaces alive with the interplay of light and shadow. Nerida paused to run her fingers along a beam encrusted with barnacles, now softened by the glow of the leaves that clung to it. Nerida approached the wreck slowly, marveling at the transformation. As she swam through what had once been the ship's great cabin, she discovered that the leaves had arranged themselves into intricate patterns, spirals and stars and symbols she didn't recognize, but that filled her with a sense of peace and belonging. The patterns seemed almost deliberate, as if the ocean itself were speaking to her, weaving a story in light. In her old life, Nerida had heard stories of Halloween, whispered tales of a night when ghosts walked among the living and strange wonders unfolded under the moon's watchful gaze. Back then, when she still swam in the sunlit shallows and listened to the songs of coastal merfolk, she had imagined such magic as a surface world phenomenon bound to starry skies and crackling bonfires. She had never dreamed it could penetrate the crushing weight of the deep ocean, transforming her quiet underwater realm into a vision from a dream woven of starlight and shadow. Yet here it was, a cascade of enchantment that reached even the deepest trenches, where light was a stranger and time moved to the rhythm of eternal tides. As if summoned by her thoughts, new visitors began to appear among the coral gardens that marked the boundaries of her domain. Translucent figures drifted through the water, the spirits of sailors long lost to the sea. But they came not as frightening phantoms, their faces twisted with sorrow or rage, but as gentle presences filled with curiosity about this transformed underwater realm. Their forms shimmered with the same golden light as the falling autumn leaves, a beautiful and poignant harmony that seemed to bind the living and the dead in a shared celebration. Their eyes, glowing softly like the bioluminescent creatures that trailed Nerida, held stories of storms weathered and horizons chased, now softened by the peace of this moment. One spirit, an elderly woman in flowing robes that moved like seaweed in the current, approached Nerida with a kind smile. Her presence was as comforting as the sway of kelp in a gentle tide, her form radiant with the wisdom of ages. She carried a basket woven from what appeared to be moonbeams and sea foam, its delicate strands glowing with an ethereal light that pulsed faintly like the heartbeat of the ocean itself. Within the basket lay objects that shimmered with their own inner fire, treasures of the spirit world brought to the depths. "A gift," the spirit said, her voice like the whisper of waves on distant shores, soft yet resonant, carrying the weight of countless tides. She reached into her basket and drew out a crown made of twisted driftwood, its gnarled branches adorned with small shells that rang like tiny bells when they moved, their chime a delicate counterpoint to the ocean's deep hum. "For the guardian of the deep gardens," she added, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Nerida accepted the crown with wonder, her fingers tracing the smooth, worn edges of the driftwood and the cool, pearlescent shells. As she placed it gently on her head, she felt a sudden connection to something vast and ancient, a collective wisdom of all who had ever loved the sea, all who had found peace in its depths. The crown was more than an ornament, it was a conduit, linking her to the souls who had sailed, fished and drowned in these waters, their lives now woven into the fabric of her own. She was not alone in her underwater realm. She was part of an eternal community of spirits who had chosen the sea as their home, their stories now hers to carry. More spirits appeared, each bringing gifts that sparkled with the magic of this night. A young sailor, his translucent form clad in a tattered jacket, offered her a compass that gleamed with a strange silver light. Unlike any compass she had seen, it pointed not north but toward whatever the holder most needed to find, be it a lost memory, a hidden truth, or a forgotten dream. A fisherman's daughter, her hair adorned with ghostly pearls, presented Nerida with a net woven from silver light, its delicate strands strong enough to catch dreams and wishes that drifted through the currents. An old captain, his face weathered by a lifetime at sea, gave her a map drawn on what looked like pressed kelp, its surface etched with secret currents and hidden grottos throughout the seven seas, places even Nerida had never explored. As the gifts accumulated around her, piling like treasures in the coral-encrusted ruins of the shipwreck, Nerida realized that this was more than just Halloween magic. This was a celebration of her choice, her decades of patient guardianship over this deep-sea realm. The spirits were honoring her for creating a sanctuary in the depths, a place where lost things could find new purpose and beauty could flourish in the darkness. Each gift was a testament to her stewardship, a recognition of the life she had built among the kelp forests and coral spires, where every creature and plant was tended with care. The rain continued to fall above, its rhythm a distant drumbeat that sent new wonders spiraling into the depths. Carved pumpkins began to sink through the water column, their faces glowing with a gentle inner fire that was not extinguished by the sea's embrace. They settled among the coral like lanterns, casting warm orange light that mixed with the blue bioluminescence of the deep-sea creatures, creating a tapestry of color that seemed to breathe with life. Some pumpkins bore smiling faces, others mischievous grins, their expressions frozen in mid-laughter as they illuminated the ocean floor. Children's costumes drifted down as well, a pirate hat adorned with a ghostly feather, a fairy wand trailing sparkles of light, a wizard's cloak rippling with arcane energy. Each one sparkled with residual magic from the night above, as if the joy and imagination of children had been woven into their fabric. The sea creatures investigated these strange new additions with curious delight. An octopus, its skin a canvas of shifting colors, wrapped its tentacles around the wizard's cloak, its body taking on the deep purple hue of the fabric as it twirled through the water. A school of anglerfish, their lures glowing like tiny stars, began to circle the fairy wand, their movements creating spirals of light that danced in the currents. Nerida watched this unfolding festival with a heart full of wonder, her indigo tail shimmering as she glided among the glowing pumpkins and spirited gifts. The shipwreck, once a silent relic, now felt like a grand hall, its broken beams and rusted cannons adorned with garlands of leaves and the soft glow of enchanted objects. The spirits moved among the coral, their laughter like the chime of distant bells, mingling with the songs of the deep-sea creatures. A pair of ghostly dolphins, their forms translucent but vibrant, spun through the water, trailing ribbons of light that wove patterns around the kelp trees. As the night deepened, Nerida felt the magic of Halloween settle into her very being. The boundary between worlds was indeed thin, and here, in her underwater kingdom, the spirits of the sea and the wonders of the surface had found a meeting place. She swam to the center of the shipwreck, where the glowing leaves had formed a radiant spiral, and raised her arms. The bioluminescent creatures, the spirits, and the enchanted objects responded, swirling around her in a dance that felt like a celebration of life itself, life in all its forms. From the fleeting joy of a child's costume to the eternal patience of the coral, this was her Halloween, a night when the deep sea became a canvas for magic painted with light and memory. Nerida, the guardian of the deep gardens, felt a profound gratitude for her place in this moment, surrounded by the gifts of spirits and the wonders of a world that, for one night, belonged to both the living and the departed. Nerida laughed, a sound like bubbles rising toward the surface as she watched a small crab attempt to wear the pirate hat, its tiny claws fumbling with the oversized brim in a comical dance of determination. The sight filled her with a joy she hadn't felt in years, a sense of playfulness and wonder that reminded her why she had first fallen in love with the mysteries of the deep. In her youth, she had been captivated by the ocean's secrets, its hidden caves, its whispering currents, its creatures that glowed like living stars. That same spark of curiosity and delight now flared anew, kindled by the magic of this Halloween night, which had transformed her solitary realm into a vibrant festival of light and life. As the night wore on, the Halloween celebration in the depths grew more elaborate, weaving a tapestry of enchantment that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the sea itself. The glowing autumn leaves, radiant with their golden and crimson hues, had formed luminous pathways through the coral gardens, their delicate trails winding like ribbons through the spires and arches of her underwater realm. These paths guided visitors, both living sea creatures and spectral figures, on a gentle tour of Nerida's domain, inviting them to explore the kelp forests, the ancient coral formations, and the shipwreck now adorned like a grand palace. Ghost ships materialized out of the darkness, their hulls shimmering with an ethereal glow, their crews of friendly spirits exploring the transformed seascape with childlike wonder. Their translucent forms darted among the coral, marveling at the glowing leaves and pumpkins, their laughter mingling with the soft clicks and hums of the deep-sea creatures. One particular spirit caught Nerida's attention, a young woman about her own age, wearing a dress that flowed like liquid silver, its fabric catching the bioluminescent light in a cascade of shimmering reflections. Unlike the other spirits, whose forms flickered like candle flames, this woman seemed solid, real, as if she existed in both worlds simultaneously, straddling the boundary between the living and the departed. Her eyes held a quiet strength, and her presence felt like a warm current in the cold depths, familiar yet profound. "I was like you once," the young woman said, settling beside Nerida on the coral-encrusted chair that had once been the captain's seat. Her voice was soft, like the sigh of a distant tide, yet it carried a weight of shared experience. "I chose the sea over the land, though my story ended differently than yours." Nerida studied the spirit's face, seeing in it a reflection of her own journey, the longing for something greater, the sacrifice of leaving the familiar behind, the eventual peace that came with accepting one's chosen path. The woman's eyes mirrored Nerida's own, etched with the same love for the ocean's mysteries, the same resolve to find a home in its depths. "Do you regret it?" Nerida asked, her voice soft as silk in the water, barely disturbing the gentle currents around them. The spirit smiled, and in her smile was the wisdom of someone who had found peace with her choices. "Regret is for those who believe they had only one path to take. We both chose love, love of the sea, love of its mysteries, love of the peace that comes from surrendering to something greater than ourselves. That is never a choice to regret." Her words settled over Nerida like a warm tide, affirming the quiet strength that had guided her to these depths so many years ago. It was a choice made not out of loss, but out of devotion to a world that sang to her soul. As if to emphasize her words, a group of young dolphins appeared, their sleek forms cutting through the water with graceful ease. They carried garlands of seaweed adorned with small shells and bits of sea glass, their surfaces catching the light in a kaleidoscope of greens and blues. The dolphins draped these garlands around the shipwreck, transforming its broken masts and rusted hull into a festive hall, as if preparing for a grand celebration. Their clicks and whistles wove a song that seemed to celebrate the magic of this Halloween night, a melody that resonated with the joy and wonder of the moment. Nerida felt her heart lift, carried by the dolphins' playful energy, their song a reminder that the sea was alive with connection and community. The rain above began to gentle, shifting from steady drops to a soft mist that created the most delicate of ripples on the surface far overhead. The falling leaves slowed their descent, taking more time to spiral and dance through the water column, as if reluctant to end their magical journey. Each leaf seemed to carry a piece of the surface world's autumn, a fragment of forests ablaze with color, now woven into the fabric of the deep, their glow softened, blending with the bioluminescent light of the sea creatures, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that enveloped Nerida's realm. Nerida found herself growing drowsy, lulled by the rhythmic pulse of the water and the gentle light show surrounding her. The spirits seemed to sense her tiredness, and one by one they began to fade back into the darkness, their forms dissolving like mist into the currents. But not before each offered a final gift, a whispered blessing that felt like a soft breeze through the water, a gentle touch that warmed her like a sunlit tide, a promise that she was never truly alone in the depths. These blessings lingered, weaving themselves into the fabric of her home, a quiet assurance that the sea held her in its embrace. The spirit in the silver dress was the last to go. She leaned close to Nerida, her eyes bright with a shared understanding, and whispered, "Every Halloween will return. This is your night now, your celebration. The sea remembers its own." Her words carried the weight of a vow, a promise that this magic would not be a fleeting moment but a recurring gift, a night when the boundaries between worlds would dissolve again and again. And then she was gone, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the water to mark where she had been, like the last ripple of a stone dropped into a still pool. Nerida felt the absence keenly, yet it was softened by the warmth of the spirit's words, the certainty that this night was now hers to claim, a tradition born in the depths. The bioluminescent creatures began to settle into their nighttime routines, their lights dimming to a soft glow that would last until dawn, like embers in a fading fire. The pumpkin lanterns continued to burn with their gentle fire, but even their light seemed to grow softer, more conducive to rest and dreams, casting long shadows that danced across the coral. The sea creatures too began to quiet, their movements slowing as the festival wound down, their colors blending into the twilight of the deep. Nerida gathered the gifts the spirits had given her, marveling at how solid and real they felt, despite their magical origins. The crown of driftwood and shells still rested on her head, its tiny bells chiming softly with each movement, a melody that seemed to echo the ocean's heartbeat. The compass, its needle steady and unerring, pointed downward toward the deepest trenches where ancient secrets lay sleeping, waiting for her to uncover them. The silver net glimmered with caught starlight, its delicate strands pulsing with the potential to capture fleeting dreams. The kelp map, etched with secret currents and hidden grottos, promised adventures yet to come, pathways to places where the sea held its most guarded treasures. As she arranged her treasures in a small grotto near her favorite resting place, a sheltered nook cradled by towering kelp and soft sea moss, she noticed that the glowing leaves had formed a perfect circle around the area, creating a natural boundary of soft, golden light. It felt like a blessing, a protection, a reminder that she belonged in this place between worlds, where the living and the spiritual intertwined. The circles seemed to hum with quiet energy, a ward against the solitude that sometimes crept into her thoughts, a promise that her home was a sanctuary for all who loved the sea. The rain had stopped completely now, and the surface of the sea far above had grown calm and still, a mirror reflecting the stars like scattered diamonds. But here in the depths, the magic lingered, woven into the very fabric of Nerida's world. The coral continued to glow with gentle warmth, its polyps open like tiny stars catching the last of the falling leaves. The fish sparkled like living constellations, their movements a quiet dance that echoed the night's celebration. The autumn leaves, now rooted among the sea plants, had become part of the underwater garden, their vibrant colors a permanent reminder of this night, when the boundaries between air and water, between the living and the spiritual, had dissolved into something beautiful. Nerida curled up in her grotto, her indigo tail tucked beneath her like a sleeping cat, its silver threads catching the faint glow of the surrounding leaves. The sounds of the deep sea surrounded her, the distant songs of whales, their mournful notes carrying through the water like a lullaby, the gentle whisper of currents moving through underwater canyons, the soft clicking of crustaceans settling in for the night. But underneath it all was something new, a harmony that spoke of celebration and community, of magic that would return with each Halloween, bringing wonder and connection to her solitary realm. As she drifted towards sleep, she felt a presence beside her, not visible, but warm and comforting, like a hand resting gently on her shoulder. Perhaps it was the spirit in the silver dress, keeping watch through the night, her promise of return a quiet vigil. Perhaps it was the collective blessing of all the souls who had found peace in the sea's embrace, their stories now part of hers. Or perhaps it was simply the ocean itself, acknowledging her as one of its own, a keeper of its deepest mysteries and most beautiful secrets. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was a single, perfect leaf, deep red as wine, glowing within a fire settling onto the coral beside her head. As it touched the living rock, it transformed into a flower unlike any she had ever seen, its petals the same deep red, but shot through with veins of silver that pulsed gently with the rhythm of her heartbeat. The flower seemed to hum with life, a living emblem of the night's magic, a gift from the sea itself. In her dreams, Nerida swam through gardens of these magical flowers, each one representing a moment of wonder, a connection made, a gift freely given. She dreamed of future Halloweens when the spirits would return, bringing new stories and new gifts, weaving an ever-expanding tapestry of magic and memory in the depths. The flowers bloomed in endless variety, some crimson, some gold, some the deep blue of her tail, each one a testament to the moments that defined her life in the deep. and in the deepest part of sleep, where dreams become prophecy, she saw herself not as a solitary guardian, but as the heart of a community that spanned the worlds, living and dead, mortal and eternal, bound together by love of the sea and the quiet courage it took to choose one's own path, no matter how unconventional. She saw herself swimming through currents lit by glowing leaves, surrounded by spirits and creatures who shared her devotion, their presence a reminder that the sea was a place of connection, not isolation. The rain might return tomorrow night, and with it new gifts from the world above, more leaves, more pumpkins, more fragments of a world she had left behind, but could still touch in these magical moments. But the magic of this Halloween would remain, a permanent part of her underwater realm, a reminder that even in the deepest, most solitary places, one is never truly alone. The sea remembers its own, and on nights when the barriers between worlds grow thin, that memory becomes a celebration, a blessing, a gentle lullaby that carries its faithful servants safely into dreams. And so Nerida slept, crowned with driftwood and shells, surrounded by glowing flowers and the soft light of magical creatures, while far above the surface of the sea reflected the stars like scattered diamonds, and the world prepared for another day, never knowing what wonders had bloomed in the darkness below. Her grotto, her treasures, her glowing garden, they were all part of a legacy she had built, a testament to a life chosen for love of the sea. And as she slept, the ocean sang to her, a quiet promise that this night, this magic, would return again and again, as eternal as the tides. The Phantom's Halloween Garden, a Halloween sleep story. The rain fell like whispered secrets against the tall windows of the Paris Opera House, each droplet catching the amber glow of the gas lamps that lined the empty corridors. Christine Daae moved through these familiar halls with the quiet grace of someone who had walked these paths countless times, yet tonight felt different, softer somehow, as if the very air held the promise of gentle mysteries. October 31st had always been her favorite night of the year, when the veil between worlds grew thin and magic seemed to dance just at the edge of perception. The opera house, usually bustling with rehearsals and performances, had settled into peaceful slumber for the evening. Most of the company had departed for Halloween festivities throughout Paris, leaving Christine alone with the building's ancient whispers and the steady rhythm of rain against stone. She paused at one of the arched windows, watching the rainfall transform the courtyard below into a shimmering mirror. The droplets traced lazy paths down the glass, creating patterns that reminded her of musical notation, nature's own composition playing out before her eyes. A gentle smile touched her lips as she pressed her palm against the cool window pane, feeling the subtle vibration of each raindrop's impact. The corridors stretched before her, lit by the warm, flickering light of oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the ornate walls. Gilt-framed portraits of long-departed opera singers seemed to watch her passage with knowing eyes, as if they too understood the magic that Halloween night could bring. Christine's soft-soled shoes made barely a whisper against the polished marble floors as she made her way deeper into the building's heart. She had intended to spend the evening in her dressing room, perhaps reading by candlelight or practicing scales in the peaceful solitude. But something called to her tonight, a gentle pull that she couldn't quite name, drawing her toward the lower levels of the opera house where few dared to venture. The rain continued its soothing percussion against the windows above, following her as she descended the grand staircase with its sweeping banister worn smooth by countless hands over the decades. The air grew cooler as she moved deeper into the building, carrying with it the faint scent of aged wood and old velvet, mixed with something else, something that reminded her of autumn leaves and wood smoke, though she couldn't imagine where such fragrances might originate in these underground chambers. The gas lamps became fewer and more widely spaced, their warm circles of light creating pools of amber in the gathering shadows. Christine paused at a junction of corridors, one hand trailing along the carved stone wall. She had explored much of the opera house during her years here, but tonight she felt drawn toward a passage she had never noticed before, or perhaps it was simply that the Halloween evening had revealed pathways that usually remained hidden. The walls here were different, older somehow, with stones that seemed to hold centuries of music and secrets within their weathered surfaces. As she followed this new corridor, the sound of rain from above gradually faded, replaced by something even more soothing, the distant murmur of flowing water. Underground streams ran beneath Paris like hidden arteries she knew, carrying the city's secrets through darkness older than memory. The gentle sound grew stronger as she walked, accompanied now by something else that made her heart skip with quiet wonder. Music. Not the grand, dramatic compositions that usually filled the opera house, but something softer, more intimate, a melody that seemed to drift through the very stones, played on an instrument she couldn't quite identify. The notes were warm and golden, like liquid honey poured over velvet, and they seemed to welcome her forward rather than warning her away. Christine found herself humming along unconsciously, her voice blending with the mysterious music in perfect harmony. The corridor opened suddenly into a chamber she had never seen before, and Christine's breath caught in gentle amazement. Before her stretched what could only be described as an underground garden, though unlike any garden that existed in the world above. The space was vast and circular, its domed ceiling lost in shadows high overhead. But it was the sight at the garden's heart that made her eyes widen in wonder. Dozens of pumpkins glowed softly throughout the space, their warm orange light emanating not from candles within, but from some source that seemed to pulse gently from the pumpkins themselves. They ranged in size from small, delicate specimens no larger than apples to massive gourds that stood nearly as tall as Christine herself, each one carved with intricate patterns that cast dancing shadows on the surrounding vegetation, not the frightening faces of traditional jack-o'-lanterns, but delicate designs of leaves and vines, musical notes, and flowing script in languages she couldn't read, but somehow understood, spoke of beauty and peace. Between the glowing pumpkins grew the most extraordinary plants Christine had ever seen, trailing vines heavy with deep purple grapes that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, wound around trellises carved from what looked like black marble, veined with silver, Fruit trees bore offerings she couldn't name, some like golden apples that glowed softly, others resembling pears but with skin that shifted between deep burgundy and warm amber in the pumpkin light. The air here was warm and sweet, carrying the scent of harvest time and autumn evenings, of wood smoke and spiced cider, honey and aged wine. Christine breathed deeply, feeling a peaceful drowsiness begin to settle over her like a comfortable blanket. The mysterious music continued to drift through the air, and now she could see its source partially hidden among the glowing pumpkins and flowering vines. Someone sat at what appeared to be a harpsichord, though its case gleamed with an opalescent sheen that suggested it was carved from some material far more precious than wood. She couldn't see the musician clearly in the gentle, shifting light, only the suggestion of a tall, lean figure whose fingers moved across the keys with practiced grace. The melody that emerged was unlike anything she had heard before, simultaneously complex and simple, ancient and new, familiar and strange. It reminded her of lullabies her father had sung when she was small, of folk songs heard in distant lands, of prayers offered in quiet churches at twilight. Christine moved deeper into the garden, her wonder growing with each step. Paths of crushed shells wound between the plantings, their surface soft beneath her feet and gleaming like mother of pearl in the pumpkin light. Small benches carved from stone had been placed at intervals, each one cushioned with deep velvet that looked impossibly soft and inviting. Everything about this place spoke of peace and welcome, of gentle mysteries and autumn magic. As she drew closer to the harpsichord, the musician's hands paused for a moment, though he didn't turn toward her. The silence hung in the air, delicate and expectant, like the moment before a sunrise. When the music resumed, it had changed subtly. The melody now included variations that seemed written specifically for her voice, invitations for her to join in harmony. Each note felt like a personal call, a gentle beckoning crafted to resonate with the timbre of her soul. The harpsichord's tones, bright and crystalline, wove intricate patterns that seemed to anticipate her voice, leaving spaces where her soprano could soar or soften, as if the instrument and the musician had known her forever. Without conscious thought, Christine began to sing, her voice blending with the instrument's golden notes in a song that had no words but spoke directly to the heart. Her voice flowed effortlessly, a stream of sound that merged with the harpsichord's melody like two rivers meeting, creating a current of pure emotion that filled the garden with warmth and light. The music wove around them both like a gentle spell, and Christine felt herself relaxing completely for the first time in months. The constant pressures of performance, the demands of her career, the complicated emotions that usually filled her days, all of it faded away, leaving only this moment of perfect peace in a magical garden that existed outside of ordinary time. The weight of expectation, the endless rehearsals, the scrutiny of audiences and critics, it all dissolved in the presence of this music, as if the garden's magic had the power to erase the world above. Her shoulders, perpetually tensed from the strain of her profession, softened. Her breath deepened, unhindered by the corset of worry she hadn't realized she wore. The garden seemed to cradle her, its air infused with a quiet energy that whispered of rest and renewal, as if time itself had paused to let her simply be. She settled onto one of the velvet-cushioned benches, still singing softly, and noticed for the first time that the garden held other wonders as well. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted among the plants, their colors shifting and flowing in the warm light. Their wings shimmered with hues of sapphire, emerald, and amber, catching the glow of the pumpkins and refracting it into delicate patterns that danced across the leaves. They moved slowly, dreamlike, occasionally settling on her hands or shoulders with touches so gentle they felt like blessings. Each contact was a fleeting moment of connection, as if the butterflies were sharing their own quiet magic with her. One lingered on her wrist, its wings pulsing faintly, and Christine felt a warmth spread through her, as if the creature had gifted her a fragment of its serenity. The sight of them, drifting like living jewels, filled her with a sense of wonder that made her heart feel lighter than it had in years. Above her head, the trailing vines had grown so thickly that they formed a canopy, and nestled among their leaves were tiny lanterns that glowed with the same soft radiance as the pumpkins below. The lanterns were delicate, no larger than acorns, and seemed to be crafted from the husks of seeds, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that caught the light. The effect was like sitting beneath a constellation of golden stars, each one pulsing gently in rhythm with the music that continued to flow around her. The lanterns swayed slightly, as if moved by an unseen breeze, their glow casting soft shadows that danced across the stone walls of the chamber. The interplay of light and shadow created a sense of depth and movement, as if the garden were alive with its own quiet heartbeat, synchronized with the melody that filled the air. The musician, though she still couldn't see his face, clearly began a new melody, one that seemed to tell a story without words. Christine found herself seeing images in her mind as the music played. Autumn forests where golden leaves fell like rain, cozy cottages with warm lights glowing in their windows, harvest celebrations where people danced around bonfires under star-filled skies. The music painted pictures of peace and contentment, of home and belonging, of magic that blessed rather than frightened. Each note conjured vivid scenes, children laughing as they gathered apples, old women weaving stories by firelight, couples swaying in each other's arms under a harvest moon. The melodies carried the scent of wood smoke and the taste of spiced cider, evoking a world where time moved slowly and every moment was savored. Christine felt as though she were walking through these scenes, her heart swelling with a longing for a life filled with such simple, profound joys. As the song continued, Christine noticed movement among the pumpkins. Small figures emerged from behind the larger gourds, not frightening creatures, but beings that looked like they had stepped from a fairy tale. They were no taller than her hand, with faces like flower petals and clothing that seemed to be woven from autumn leaves and spider silk. Their petal faces were delicate, with eyes like dewdrops and smiles that radiated quiet joy. Their garments shimmered faintly, catching the pumpkin light in a way that made them seem almost translucent, as if they were woven from the essence of the garden itself. They moved in slow, graceful dances around the garden, tending to the plants with tiny tools crafted from twigs and seeds. Some polished the pumpkins with soft cloths, while others adjusted the vines, ensuring each leaf was perfectly placed. They paused occasionally to listen to the music, their expressions of pure joy mirroring the warmth in Christine's heart. One of the little beings approached Christine's bench, carrying what looked like a miniature chalice carved from an acorn cap. Inside, a liquid that glowed with soft amber light swirled gently, its surface shimmering like liquid gold. The tiny creature offered it to her with a bow so courtly that Christine couldn't help but smile, her heart touched by the gesture's sincerity. She accepted the gift carefully, her fingers brushing against the creature's delicate hands, which felt cool and smooth like a flower petal. Bringing the chalice to her lips, she sipped the liquid, which tasted like everything wonderful about autumn: warm spices and honey, the sweetness of ripe fruit, and the earthiness of harvest time. It was as if the drink captured the essence of a crisp October evening, with hints of cinnamon, nutmeg, and the faint tang of apples warmed by the Sunday. The warmth spread through her entire body, relaxing muscles she hadn't realized were tense and easing thoughts she hadn't known were troubled. The drowsiness she had felt earlier deepened, but it was the most pleasant tiredness she had ever experienced, not the exhaustion of overwork, but the gentle sleepiness that came after a perfect day spent in peaceful contentment. The music shifted again, becoming even softer and more lullaby-like. The harpsichord's notes were now like whispers, each one lingering in the air like a sigh. Christine's eyelids grew heavy as she listened, but she didn't want to miss a single note of this extraordinary experience. The garden around her seemed to pulse gently with the rhythm of the song, as if the very air was breathing in harmony with the melody. The pumpkins' glow softened, their light becoming a gentle caress, while the vines above swayed slightly, their lanterns casting patterns that seemed to dance with the music. The entire garden felt alive, its elements working together to create a symphony of tranquility that enveloped Christine like a warm embrace. More of the tiny garden dwellers appeared, carrying between them what looked like gossamer threads that sparkled with dew. They began weaving these threads into a canopy above Christine's bench, their movements precise and graceful, like dancers performing a sacred ritual. The threads glowed faintly, each one catching the light of the pumpkins and lanterns, creating a bower that shimmered with the same soft radiance as the rest of the garden. As they worked, the threads formed patterns, images of musical notes, autumn leaves, and flowing vines that seemed to move and dance even after they were woven into place. The patterns were intricate, telling stories of harvest moons and starlit nights, of music that flowed through the earth like a river. The canopy felt like a protective cocoon, shielding Christine from the world above and inviting her deeper into the garden's magic. As the canopy took shape above her, Christine felt herself sinking deeper into peaceful relaxation. The music continued its gentle flow, now joined by the sound of flowing water from somewhere deeper in the garden. The water's murmur was soft and rhythmic, like a heartbeat, blending seamlessly with the harpsichord's melody to create a symphony of tranquility that seemed designed specifically to ease all worries and invite perfect rest. The sound of the water carried a faint echo of distant places, perhaps underground streams that wound through the earth beneath Paris, carrying dreams and secrets from ages past. Christine felt as though she could listen to it forever, letting its gentle rhythm lull her into a state of complete peace. The musician finally turned slightly in her direction, and Christine caught a glimpse of a profile that was both familiar and mysterious, angular features softened by the golden light, eyes that held depths of knowledge and kindness, hands that coaxed beauty from the keys as if magic flowed through his very fingertips. His presence was both enigmatic and comforting, as if he were a guardian of this sacred space, a keeper of its secrets. She felt no fear, only a deep sense of recognition, as if she had always known this place and this person existed, waiting for the right Halloween evening to reveal themselves. The garden, the music, the musician, they were all part of a truth she had always sensed but never named, a promise that beauty and peace could exist even in the shadow of the world's chaos. He began to sing then, his voice joining the harpsichord in a wordless melody that seemed to contain all the peace and wonder of this hidden realm. His voice was rich and warm, completely different from the dramatic tenor that usually filled the opera house above. This was intimate music, personal and gentle, meant for an audience of one in a garden that existed outside of ordinary reality. The notes flowed like a soft breeze through autumn leaves, carrying with them the scent of earth and the quiet magic of a world untouched by the chaos above. Each phrase seemed to weave a tapestry of emotion, threading together joy, serenity, and a hint of ancient mystery, as if the song itself had been born in this garden long before the city of Paris was even a dream. The harpsichord's delicate crystalline tones danced beneath his voice, their interplay creating a sound so pure it felt like a physical presence, wrapping Christine in a cocoon of warmth and wonder. Christine's own voice joined his in harmony, creating music that seemed to make the very air shimmer with contentment. Her soprano, usually trained for the soaring arias of the stage, softened here into something tender and unguarded, blending with his voice as naturally as a river joins the sea. Their duet was not a performance but a conversation, an exchange of trust and vulnerability that transcended words. The pumpkins glowed a little brighter in response to their song, their golden light pulsing gently as if they, too, were part of the music. The tiny garden dwellers, creatures no taller than a hand, with faces like delicate flower petals, paused in their work to listen, their eyes wide with delight. Some stood still among the vines, their tiny hands clasped as if in reverence, while others swayed gently, their movements mirroring the rhythm of the melody. The garden itself seemed to breathe in time with the song, its vines curling slightly, its leaves rustling as though whispering their approval. As they sang together, Christine felt herself becoming part of the garden's magic, The boundaries between herself and the music, between her voice and his, between the glowing plants and the warm air, all seemed to dissolve into one perfect moment of harmony. She was the song, and the song was her, flowing through this peaceful space like water through a stream, like light through a prism, like love through an open heart. The sensation was overwhelming yet gentle, as if the garden itself was embracing her, welcoming her into its essence. She could feel the pulse of life in the plants around her, the quiet energy of the earth beneath her feet, and the subtle vibrations of the air, all resonating with the music they created. It was as if the garden had been waiting for her, as if her voice was the final note needed to complete its symphony. For the first time in her life, Christine felt utterly connected not just to the music or the mysterious musician, but to the very fabric of this hidden world. The tiny creatures finished their work on the gossamer canopy and retreated to their places among the pumpkins, but not before each one offered Christine a small bow of respect and gratitude. Their movements were graceful, almost ceremonial, as if they recognized her as more than a visitor, as a vital part of this moment. She understood somehow that her presence here, her voice joining in their guardian's music, was a gift to them as much as their magical garden was a gift to her. The creatures' petal-like faces glowed faintly in the pumpkin light, their expressions radiating a quiet joy that seemed to say, "You belong here, with us." Christine's heart swelled with a warmth she couldn't name, a sense of belonging that was as unfamiliar as it was profound. She had spent so much of her life on stages, performing for crowds who admired her voice but never truly knew her. Here, in this hidden garden, she was seen not as a performer, but as a soul, welcomed and cherished. The music began to slow and soften further, becoming more lullaby than song, more whisper than melody. The harpsichord's notes grew quieter, each one lingering like a sigh, while the musician's voice wove a gentle thread of sound that seemed to cradle Christine's very being. She found her eyelids growing impossibly heavy, though she struggled to keep them open to preserve every detail of this extraordinary experience. The golden light of the pumpkins seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, their glow casting soft shadows that danced across the stone walls of the chamber. The gossamer canopy above her head sparkled like captured starlight, its delicate threads catching the light and refracting it into 1,000 tiny prisms that shimmered like a sky full of stars. Every element of the garden seemed to work in harmony, creating a space that was both otherworldly and deeply comforting, a sanctuary where time itself seemed to pause. Through the gentle music, she became aware of other sounds, the contented rustling of leaves, the soft breathing of sleeping creatures hidden among the plants, the distant murmur of underground waters carrying dreams through the darkness beneath Paris. These sounds wove themselves into the melody, creating a symphony of tranquility that filled the air with a sense of timeless peace. The rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets of the earth, tales of seasons long past and promises of renewal to come. The breathing of the tiny creatures was soft and rhythmic, like the tide of a distant sea, while the murmur of the underground waters carried a faint echo of voices, perhaps the dreams of those who had once found refuge in this garden, or the hopes of those yet to discover it. Everything in this hidden realm spoke of peace and protection, of magic used not to frighten but to comfort and heal. Christine felt as though she were being woven into the very fabric of this place, her presence adding a new thread to its ancient tapestry. The mysterious musician's song grew softer still, and Christine realized he was playing her towards sleep as gently as a parent might sing a lullaby to a beloved child. There was such kindness in the melody, such careful attention to her comfort and peace, that tears of gratitude gathered in her eyes. When had anyone last cared for her with such gentle thoughtfulness? On the stage above, she was a star, admired and applauded, but rarely seen for who she truly was. Here, in this hidden garden, the musician's song seemed to know her, her fears, her hopes, her unspoken longing for a place where she could simply be. His voice, now barely more than a whisper, carried a tenderness that felt like a hand gently brushing her cheek, guiding her toward rest. The harpsichord's notes were like soft ripples on a pond, each one spreading outward to touch every corner of the garden, filling it with a warmth that seemed to emanate from the musician's very soul. The butterflies with their stained glass wings settled on the gossamer canopy above her, their slow, graceful movements creating patterns of colored light that danced across her closing eyelids. Each butterfly was a masterpiece of delicate beauty, their wings painted with hues of sapphire, emerald, and ruby, glowing faintly in the pumpkin light. As they moved, their wings cast fleeting patterns of color across the canopy, like sunlight filtering through a cathedral window. The effect was mesmerizing, lulling Christine further into a state of peace. The tiny garden dwellers had curled up among the pumpkin vines like sleeping flowers, their petal faces serene in slumber, their soft breathing adding a gentle counterpoint to the music. Some of the creatures clutched tiny tools, miniature spades and rakes, crafted from twigs and leaves as if they had fallen asleep mid-task, their dedication to the garden evident even in rest. As Christine's consciousness began to drift towards sleep, she felt the bench beneath her transforming. The stone grew softer and warmer, its surface yielding like the finest down mattress, while the velvet cushions adjusted to cradle her body in perfect comfort. It was as if the garden itself was reshaping to accommodate her, ensuring that every moment of her rest was as gentle as the music that surrounded her. The gossamer threads above her head lowered slightly, their delicate strands weaving together to form a cocoon of light and warmth that enveloped her like the most luxurious bedding she had ever known. The threads shimmered with a soft luminescence, their glow mingling with the pumpkin light to create an atmosphere of perfect serenity. Christine felt as though she were floating in a sea of light, her body weightless, her mind unburdened by the worries of the world above. The music continued, but now it seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the pumpkins and the plants, from the flowing water and the breathing earth, from the very stones of the ancient chamber. It was the song of the garden itself, a lullaby composed of autumn magic and Halloween wonder, played on instruments made of starlight and dreams. The pumpkins' glow seemed to hum with a faint resonance, their light pulsing in time with the melody. The vines rustled softly, their leaves brushing against one another like the strings of a harp, while the underground waters added a low, soothing undertone that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. The stones themselves, worn smooth by time, seemed to vibrate with the memory of countless songs sung in this sacred space. It was a symphony of the earth, a melody that spoke of life and love and the quiet beauty of hidden places. In her growing drowsiness, Christine understood that this place existed specifically for moments like this, when the world above became too harsh or demanding, when the soul needed refuge and gentle healing. The garden was a sanctuary, a place where magic served love instead of power, where music was medicine and light was hope made visible. She could sense the history of this place, the countless souls who had found solace here over the centuries. Perhaps they had been artists like her, weary from the demands of performance, or wanderers seeking a moment of peace in a turbulent world. The garden welcomed them all, offering its magic freely, asking only that they rest and be renewed. Christine felt a profound gratitude for this gift, for the chance to be part of something so pure and timeless. The mysterious musicians playing grew so soft now that it was barely audible, just the suggestion of melody drifting through the warm air like a whispered blessing. Each note was a caress, a promise of safety and care that wrapped around Christine like a warm embrace. Her breathing slowed to match the gentle rhythm of the song, her heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse. Sleeping Beauty's enchanted pumpkin garden, a Halloween sleep story. The soft patter of rain against the tall windows of the castle filled the evening air with nature's gentlest lullaby. Princess Aurora stood at her chamber window, her breath fogging the glass as she watched droplets trace lazy paths down the panes, like tiny silver streams catching the last amber light of dusk. October had painted the world in shades of copper and gold, and tonight, on this peaceful Halloween evening, the air carried the sweet scent of wood smoke, the earthy richness of fallen leaves, and a faint whisper of something wilder, something ancient and alive. The castle, with its ancient stones and towering spires, seemed to hum softly, as if it too sensed the subtle magic weaving through the twilight. Aurora had awakened from her famous enchanted sleep many seasons ago, but she had never quite lost her appreciation for the magic that dwelt in quiet moments. Those years of slumber had gifted her a unique sensitivity to the world's hidden wonders, a way of seeing beauty in the smallest details, a dew-kissed spider web, the flicker of a candle, or the way the wind seemed to carry secrets on certain nights. Tonight felt different, somehow charged with a gentle energy that made her fingertips tingle with curiosity and her heart quicken with anticipation. The rain created a soft curtain around the castle, and beyond her window she could see the gardens shrouded in a mysterious, silvery mist that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. She wrapped her favorite shawl around her shoulders, a gift woven from threads that seemed to hold the colors of autumn itself, deep burgundy, warm amber, and the softest bronze. The fabric felt like a whispered embrace, its warmth grounding her as she moved away from the window. Her bare feet made no sound on the cool stone floors as she glided through the castle's corridors, her steps guided by an instinct she couldn't quite name. The torches along the walls flickered gently, casting dancing shadows that seemed to beckon her forward, their golden light painting fleeting murals of forgotten stories on the ancient stone. The castle was alive tonight, its halls whispering with the promise of something extraordinary waiting just beyond her reach. As Aurora descended the winding staircase that led to the castle's rear gardens, she noticed something unusual. Soft, warm light was filtering through the tall windows that faced the eastern grounds, a light that seemed too golden and too gentle to be coming from any ordinary source. It shimmered like liquid sunlight, weaving through the raindrops that clung to the glass, creating a kaleidoscope of soft colors that danced in her vision. The rain continued its peaceful drumming, but rather than dampening her curiosity, it seemed to enhance the sense of mystery that hung in the air like a delicate perfume, sweet and intoxicating. She paused at the heavy wooden door that led to the gardens, her hand resting on the iron handle, which was surprisingly warm to the touch, as if it had been kissed by the same golden light. Taking a deep breath of the cool, rain-sweetened air, Aurora gently pushed the door open and stepped into the misty evening, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and reverence. What she discovered beyond the threshold took her breath away in the most wonderful way. Where once had been the familiar herb garden behind the castle's eastern wing, there now stretched an enchanted pumpkin garden unlike anything she had ever imagined. Rows upon rows of pumpkins in every size and hue extended into the gentle mist, some small as her palm and glowing like captured moonbeams, others large as carriage wheels and radiating a warm, honey-colored light from within. The rain fell softly on the scene, creating tiny diamonds of light on every surface and filling the air with the sweetest, most comforting fragrance. Aurora stepped onto the gravel path that wound between the pumpkin rows, and her feet seemed to find their way without any conscious direction. The path was dry despite the rain, as if some invisible canopy protected it, though she could feel the gentle mist kissing her cheeks and dampening her dark hair in the most refreshing way. As she walked deeper into the garden, she began to notice that many of the pumpkins had been carved with the most intricate and beautiful designs. But these were not the frightening faces she had sometimes seen in village celebrations. Instead, they bore delicate patterns of stars and crescent moons, spiraling vines and blooming flowers, gentle animals and swirling clouds. Each carving glowed from within with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse gently, like a peaceful heartbeat. The rain continued to fall in its steady, soothing rhythm, and Aurora found herself walking slower and slower, allowing herself to truly absorb the magic of this unexpected place. She paused beside a particularly beautiful pumpkin, one carved with an intricate pattern of sleeping birds nestled among flowering branches. As she bent to examine it more closely, she heard the softest sound like a gentle sigh mixed with the whisper of silk. Turning, She saw a figure approaching through the mist, and her heart filled with wonder rather than fear. It was an elderly woman, but her form seemed to shimmer slightly, as if she were made partially of moonlight and shadow. She wore robes that appeared to be woven from the very essence of autumn fabrics that shifted between deep orange and rich brown, golden yellow and dusky purple. Her hair was silver white and seemed to float around her face like morning fog, and her eyes held the kindness of countless gentle dreams. "Good evening, dear princess," the woman said, her voice carrying the same soothing quality as the falling rain, each word laced with a timeless warmth that seemed to echo through the misty air. "I am the keeper of this garden, though I suspect you might know me by another name." Aurora felt recognition bloom in her heart like a flower opening to the sun, its petals unfurling with a quiet certainty. You're one of the good fairies, aren't you? But different somehow, as if touched by the essence of this enchanted night." The keeper smiled, and her expression was like watching dawn break over a peaceful meadow, radiant and serene, casting light into every shadowed corner of Aurora's soul. "I am what your fairy godmother becomes during the season when the veil between worlds grows thin. On nights like this, when Halloween magic fills the air and gentle souls seek wonder, I tend this special garden that appears only when it is needed most, a haven for those who seek solace in beauty." She gestured gracefully toward the glowing pumpkins that surrounded them, and Aurora noticed that more lights seemed to be appearing among them, soft, floating orbs of warm radiance that danced just above the ground like captured stars, their gentle glow weaving through the mist. The rain continued to fall gently around them, but it felt like a blessing rather than an inconvenience, each drop sparkling with reflected light, adding to the dreamlike quality of the scene. "Would you like to help me with tonight's work?" the keeper asked, extending a hand that seemed to glow with its own inner light, as if it held the essence of countless autumn evenings. The spirits of those who have loved and been loved visit on this night, and they enjoy seeing beautiful lights to guide their way as they explore the world they once knew, their memories kindled by the warmth of our creations. Aurora took the offered hand without hesitation, feeling a warmth spread through her entire being, a current of magic that connected her to the garden's timeless purpose. "I would be honored to help." The keeper led her deeper into the garden, where Aurora discovered a small clearing surrounded by the largest and most beautiful pumpkins she had yet seen, their surfaces shimmering like polished amber. In the center of the clearing sat a simple wooden table covered with carving tools that gleamed like silver in the magical light. But these tools seemed to work almost by themselves, requiring only the gentlest guidance to create the most beautiful patterns, as if they were extensions of the garden's own enchantment. "Choose a pumpkin that calls to your heart," the keeper instructed, her voice blending harmoniously with the sound of the rain, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the earth. Then simply allow your hands to work as your spirit guides them. The magic will do the rest. Aurora walked slowly around the clearing, letting her gaze rest gently on each pumpkin until she found the one that seemed to glow a little brighter when she looked at it. It was medium-sized and perfectly round, with skin the color of warm honey, its surface smooth and inviting. When she lifted it, it felt light as a cloud and warm as sunshine in her hands, as if it had been waiting for her touch all along. Settling at the table, Aurora picked up one of the carving tools and immediately felt a gentle tingling in her fingers. As she began to work, she found that the tool seemed to know exactly where to cut, creating patterns that flowed like water and bloomed like flowers beneath her touch. She carved delicate roses intertwined with sleeping doves, crescent moons cradling stars, and gentle spirals that seemed to draw the eye inward toward a place of perfect peace. As she worked, Aurora became aware of soft presences moving around the garden, not visible exactly, but felt like warm breezes or gentle touches on her shoulder. The keeper worked nearby, creating her own beautiful designs, and occasionally offered soft words of encouragement or shared gentle stories about the spirits who visited on nights like this. They come not to frighten or haunt, the keeper explained as she carved an intricate pattern of sleeping cats curled among pumpkin vines, but simply to remember the beauty of the world they once loved. Our lights help them find their way to the places and people they cherish most. The rain continued its peaceful symphony overhead, and Aurora found herself falling into a meditative rhythm with her carving. Time seemed to move like honey, slow and sweet, and she felt a deep sense of purpose and contentment settling into her bones. This was magic of the gentlest kind, not the dramatic spells of fairy tales, but the quiet enchantment that lived in moments of pure creativity and connection. As Aurora put the finishing touches on her pumpkin, she felt a presence beside her and looked up to see a figure that made her heart fill with joy. It was translucent and shimmering, but unmistakably the spirit of her beloved grandmother who had passed many years ago. The spirit smiled at Aurora with all the love and warmth she remembered, reached out to gently touch the carved pumpkin, and then faded away like morning mist, leaving behind only the faintest scent of lavender and the feeling of having been deeply blessed. "She is proud of the woman you have become," the keeper said softly, and Aurora felt tears of happiness rather than sadness fill her eyes. They worked together in comfortable silence for a while longer, creating pumpkin after beautiful pumpkin, each one unique and glowing with its own special light. The garden around them seemed to respond to their work, growing brighter and more magical with each new creation. More gentle spirits moved among the lights, some pausing to admire their work, others simply drifting peacefully through the space, like living memories made of starlight. As the night deepened and the rain settled into its most gentle whisper, the keeper led Aurora to a small gazebo she hadn't noticed before, nestled among the tallest pumpkins at the garden's heart. The structure was made of weathered wood that seemed to glow with its own inner warmth, and inside were comfortable cushions arranged around a small table, bearing a tea service that steamed invitingly despite the cool night air. "This is where I rest between my work," the keeper explained, settling gracefully onto one of the cushions and gesturing for Aurora to join her. The tea is made from herbs that grow only in moonlight and sweetened with honey gathered by bees that visit only the gentlest flowers. Aurora sank into the impossibly soft cushions and accepted a cup of the magical tea. It tasted like comfort itself, warm and soothing, with hints of chamomile and lavender, mint, and something that might have been liquid starlight. As she sipped, she felt any remaining tension in her body melt away completely, leaving her feeling perfectly relaxed and beautifully drowsy. Around them, the garden had transformed into something even more magical than before. The carved pumpkins glowed with increasing brilliance, their lights creating a warm golden aurora that danced gently above the misty ground. The spirits had grown more numerous but remained just as peaceful, moving among the lights like graceful dancers in some celestial celebration. The rain had softened to barely more than a whisper, creating the perfect backdrop for this most unusual and wonderful Halloween night. Every year, the keeper explained, her voice growing softer as the night deepened, I create this garden for those who need to remember that magic can be gentle, that wonder can be peaceful, and that even on the night when spirits walk the earth, there is nothing to fear when love is the force that guides them. Aurora nodded, understanding completely. She had spent so much of her life surrounded by the dramatic magic of fairy tale adventures that this quiet enchantment felt even more profound. There was something deeply healing about working with her hands to create beauty, about sharing space with loving spirits, about discovering that Halloween could be about connection and remembrance rather than fright and shock. As they finished their tea, Aurora noticed that some of the floating lights had begun to form patterns in the air above them, gentle spirals and flowing streams of radiance that seemed to be drawing the eye toward the eastern horizon, where the faintest hint of dawn was beginning to touch the sky. The night is nearly over, the keeper observed, rising gracefully from her cushions. Soon the garden will fade back into the space between seasons, waiting for next year's Halloween to call it forth again. But the peace you have found here, and the beauty you have created, will remain with you always. Aurora stood as well, feeling reluctant to leave this magical place, but also deeply satisfied by the experience she had been given. She looked around one last time at the glowing pumpkins, the dancing lights, and the gentle spirits still moving peacefully among them, knowing that she would carry this memory like a treasure for the rest of her days. The keeper walked with her back toward the castle, the path now glowing softly beneath their feet to guide the way. As they walked, Aurora noticed that each step felt lighter than the last, as if the magic of the garden was lifting away all the small worries and tensions that had accumulated in her spirit over the passing days. "Will I see you again?" Aurora asked as they reached the garden door. "Whenever you need to remember that magic lives in the quiet moments," the keeper replied. "Whenever you wish to create beauty with your own hands, whenever you want to honor those who have loved you by living fully in the present moment, I will be there in the work itself, in the peace you find, in the gentle wonder that fills your heart." With that, she pressed something small and warm into Aurora's palm, a tiny carved pumpkin no larger than a walnut that glowed with the softest imaginable light. A reminder, the keeper said with a smile, that every night can hold its own gentle magic if we know how to look for it. Aurora closed her fingers around the gift and felt its warmth spread through her entire being. When she looked up again, the keeper was gone, and through the doorway behind her, she could see that the garden had returned to its usual appearance, just ordinary herbs and sleeping flower beds touched by the gentle rain. But the tiny pumpkin in her hand continued to glow, and the sense of deep peace that had settled into her bones remained as strong as ever. Aurora climbed the stairs back to her chambers, moving slowly and mindfully, savoring the way the magic seemed to linger in the very air around her. In her room, she placed the glowing pumpkin on her windowsill, where its gentle light joined the first rays of dawn that were beginning to filter through the glass. The rain had stopped completely now, and the world outside looked fresh and new, as if it too had been touched by the gentle magic of the night. Aurora settled into her bed, pulling her soft blankets around her like a cocoon of comfort. Her body felt perfectly relaxed, her mind clear and peaceful, her heart full of gratitude for the unexpected gift she had been given. The tiny pumpkin's light seemed to pulse gently in rhythm with her breathing, and she found her eyes growing heavy as the most wonderful drowsiness settled over her. As she drifted towards sleep, Aurora could still feel the lingering magic of the enchanted garden, the warmth of creating beauty with her own hands, the comfort of knowing that love continues even after death, the deep peace that comes from moments of pure wonder. She understood now that Halloween magic didn't have to be about fear or fright, but could instead be about connection, remembrance, and the gentle mystery that lives in the spaces between what we know and what we dream. The revelation settled over her like a soft blanket, wrapping her heart in a quiet certainty that the world was far more wondrous than she had ever imagined. The rain began again outside her window, but softer now, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Each drop seemed to carry a note of serenity, a delicate patter that wove itself into the fabric of the night. Aurora's breathing deepened and slowed, matching the gentle rhythm of the drops against the glass. The tiny pumpkin on her windowsill continued its soft glow, a beacon of warmth in the cool darkness. It stood sentinel, like a guardian made of light and love, its carved smile radiating a quiet promise that the magic of this night would not fade with the dawn. As Aurora hovered on the edge of slumber, her thoughts lingered on the enchanted garden she had visited. She could still see the rows of pumpkins, their carved faces glowing with stories of lives well lived and loves well cherished. She could still feel the weight of the magical tools in her hands, the way they seemed to hum with purpose as she shaped light into beauty. The garden had been a place of transformation, not just for the spirits who found solace in its glow, but for Aurora herself. It had taught her that magic was not something distant or unattainable, but a gift that lived in the act of creation, in the courage to honor memory, and in the choice to seek wonder over fear. In her dreams that followed, Aurora found herself walking again through the enchanted pumpkin garden, but now it stretched on forever under a sky full of gentle stars. The air was crisp with the scent of autumn leaves and the faint sweetness of ripened pumpkins, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft, as if the earth itself were cradling her steps. The carved pumpkins sang soft lullabies, their voices weaving together in a chorus that was both mournful and joyful, a melody of lives remembered and loves eternal. The spirits danced like wisps of loving memories, their forms shimmering in the golden glow of the pumpkins, each one a testament to the enduring power of connection. Aurora moved through the garden with a sense of purpose, her hands once again holding the magical tools that had guided her earlier. She knelt beside a pumpkin, its surface smooth and cool beneath her touch, and began to carve. The knife moved with an ease that felt like an extension of her own heart, each cut releasing a soft burst of light that floated upward like a firefly. She shaped stars and crescent moons, delicate swirls and intricate patterns, each design a tribute to someone or something she held dear. With every stroke, she felt the garden's magic flow through her, a current of warmth and peace that connected her to the spirits, to the earth, to the very stars above. As she worked, the garden seemed to grow around her, its boundaries dissolving into an endless expanse of light and possibility. New pumpkins sprouted from the earth, their vines curling gently around her ankles as if to anchor her in this sacred place. Fireflies danced in the air, their tiny lights mingling with the glow of the pumpkins to create a tapestry of radiance that stretched as far as the eye could see. Aurora laughed softly, her heart swelling with the joy of creation, and the sound seemed to ripple through the garden, answered by the rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the spirits. In the distance, she saw figures moving, other dreamers, perhaps, or spirits who had found their way to this eternal garden. They too were carving pumpkins, their hands guided by the same magic that had touched Aurora. She felt a kinship with them, a shared understanding that this place was not just a dream, but a truth that lived beyond the veil of sleep. It was a place where love could be crafted into light, where memories could be honored with beauty, and where the heart could find rest in the gentle mystery of existence. And there, in the heart of her dreams, the keeper's voice whispered one final blessing. Sleep now, dear one, and know that the magic you have touched tonight will always be part of you. In every moment of creativity, in every act of love, in every choice to see wonder instead of worry, there you will find the enchanted garden waiting, ready to fill your heart with peace. The voice was warm and familiar, like a parent's lullaby or a friend's gentle reassurance, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the garden itself were speaking. Aurora paused in her carving, lifting her eyes to the starlit sky. The stars seemed to pulse in time with the keeper's words, their light a reflection of the glow within her own heart. She felt a profound gratitude, not just for the magic of this night, but for the life she had been given the chance to love, to create, to dream. The tiny pumpkin's glow pulsed once more on her windowsill, as if acknowledging the truth of these words, and then settled into a steady, gentle light that would burn softly through the remaining hours of the night and into whatever dreams might come. Outside, the world settled into its own peaceful rest, cradled by the gentle rain and watched over by the last few stars that lingered in the lightening sky. The castle stood silent, its stone walls steeped in the quiet magic of the season. In her chamber, Princess Aurora slept the sleep of those who have touched magic and found it good, her heart full of the quiet wonder that comes to those who choose to see Halloween as a celebration of love, memory, and the beautiful mystery of existence itself. The enchanted pumpkin garden had faded back into the space between seasons, but its gift remained a reminder that magic lives not in grand gestures or dramatic spells, but in the gentle moments when we create beauty, honor, love, and open our hearts to wonder. Aurora knew now that she carried the garden within her, a spark of light that would guide her through the days and nights to come. She could return to it whenever she needed, in the quiet act of painting a picture, writing a story, or simply sitting beneath the stars and listening to the whispers of her own heart. And perhaps, if one knew how to look, one might still see the faint glow of carved pumpkins in the morning mist, or catch the whisper of grateful spirits on the autumn wind, or feel the lingering warmth of a night when Halloween showed its gentlest and most loving face. The world was full of such moments. Aurora realized moments when the veil between the ordinary and the magical grew thin, and the heart could glimpse the eternal. For magic, after all, belongs not to any single night or season, but to all those who choose to embrace it with open hearts and peaceful dreams. And as Aurora slept, the tiny pumpkin on her windowsill glowed on a silent promise that the enchanted garden would always be there, waiting for her to return, ready to welcome her with light, love, and the endless possibility of wonder. A Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs' sleepy Halloween fairy tale. The rain had come softly at first, like a secret whispered through the treetops. It was not the kind of rain that rushed or shouted, not the kind that rattled rooftops or swept in fierce waves. No, this rain was gentle, delicate as a sigh. It began as a faint murmur, a hush that brushed across the forest like a lullaby. Snow White listened to it from the open window of the dwarf's cottage, her head resting against her hand, her long dark hair loose upon her shoulders. She let the cool air drift against her cheeks, welcoming the scent of pine and rain-soaked leaves. Each droplet seemed to carry its own small song, some falling quick and light, others slow and heavy, tumbling like pearls through the grey autumn sky. Together they created a rhythm that seemed older than memory, 1,000 tiny lullabies stitched into one. The forest outside had shifted into a world of silver and shadow. The bright colors of fallen leaves glistened where they lay, scattered across the earth, each one edged in rain, shining in tones of amber, copper, and crimson. Their curled tips hinted at the season's change, the gentle turning of time. A thin veil of mist had gathered among the trees, winding itself gracefully around the branches, softening every outline as though painted in watercolors. The smell of damp earth and moss filled the air, rich and grounding, as if the forest itself had drawn a deep breath. Snow White did not mind the rain. She had never minded it, even as a child. Where others hurried for shelter, she lingered, watching the way raindrops slid down petals or gathered in the hollows of leaves. She thought of the rain as a companion, a kind, patient visitor who asked nothing but presence. Tonight, its voice was in harmony with her own breath, rising and falling in an unhurried pattern that seemed to whisper, "Slow down, be still, rest." The window frame was cool beneath her fingers as she leaned against it, her eyes travelling beyond the garden to where the forest pressed close. Water beaded on the pumpkins she had set out earlier that day, their round orange shapes glistening like lanterns beneath the drizzle. The path that wound from the door into the woods was darkened now, every stone polished by the sheen of rain, yet nothing about it seemed bleak. The forest, she thought, was never more beautiful than when it was wet and hushed, when every sound was softened and every movement seemed wrapped in grace. Behind her, the cottage glowed warmly, its little windows lit with a steady golden firelight. The smell of supper still lingered in the air. A pot of pumpkin soup simmered lazily on the stove, filling the room with its comforting aroma of nutmeg, cinnamon, and sweetness. The dwarfs had eaten heartily, as they always did after a day's work in the hills, their laughter echoing around the wooden beams until weariness carried them off to bed. Now the cottage was quiet, save for the fire's low crackle and the steady chorus of snores rising from the loft above. They were not unpleasant sounds. To Snow White, they were as reassuring as the sound of the rain itself. Each snore seemed steady and strong, like the slow breathing of a mountain, grounding her, reminding her she was safe. She smiled faintly at the thought of each of her companions bundled snug beneath their quilts, their worries dissolved in dreams. Snow White cherished these hours after the house had grown still, when the weight of the day gave way to gentleness. The world outside seemed to pause. Every moment stretched longer, softer, more tender. The rain, the firelight, the warmth of the soup, the breath of her friends, all of it seemed woven together in a tapestry of calm. And tonight, the calm felt deeper, as though touched by something more. Tonight was special. Tonight was Halloween. The word carried no sharpness for her, no shadows, no fear. Instead, it was wrapped in memory and wonder, in lanterns glowing against the dark, in pumpkins shining with rain, in the sense that the world was holding its breath, waiting quietly for something unseen. Halloween, she thought, was a night when the ordinary softened into mystery, not frightening but full of gentle possibility. She lingered at the window a while longer, listening, breathing, watching. The rain tapped its patient rhythm against the roof, against the earth, against the leaves of the trees. It was steady, soothing, and unending, like the promise of sleep. Though the dwarfs had spoken of tricks and pranks in their younger days, Snow White felt Halloween as something gentler, a night when the veil between worlds seemed thinner, not frightening, not sharp, but wondrous and soft, like a curtain of mist parting to reveal hidden beauty. Where others might think of shadows, she thought of lantern light. Where others whispered of spooks, she imagined whispers of kindness drifting from beyond, joining the living for one quiet night of company. On this evening she had placed little carved pumpkins upon each windowsill of the cottage. Their faces were not fierce or grinning with mischief, but serene, shaped into expressions of peace. One had half-closed eyes, as though it were drifting into slumber. Another bore a gentle smile, as if amused by the patter of rain. Each pumpkin cradled a candle within, its flame glowing softly through the damp night. Even as the rain fell, the light remained steady, glowing through the carved features like embers of welcome. Beside each pumpkin, Snow White had set a lantern. Their frames were of brass and iron, their glass panes blurred slightly by moisture, but their flames burned calm and golden. They did not flare or sputter. Instead, they glowed as though they understood the stillness of the night, shining patiently despite the weather. The lanterns seemed to watch the raindrops fall, their light catching in the droplets, breaking into tiny halos that shimmered and danced upon the wet stone path leading into the forest. Each step of the path was marked by this faint golden shimmer, as if inviting the night itself to walk with her. Snow White pulled her cloak around her shoulders and stepped quietly outside. The door closed gently behind her, muffling the soft snores of her friends within. The rain met her at once with a cool kiss upon her cheeks and forehead, a touch that made her draw her cloak tighter but also deepened her smile. She carried a lantern of her own, one she had polished earlier in the day. Its frame was sturdy iron, its glass already fogging with warmth from the candle burning within. The handle felt cool and smooth in her hand, grounding her as she stepped slowly forward. Each step pressed softly into the softened earth, and little ripples formed where puddles gathered around her shoes. The stones of the path shone darkly, reflecting both the lanterns and the silvery sky above. The sound of her footsteps was gentle, swallowed quickly by the forest's hush. The air was rich with scent, thickened by the rain. She breathed in the earthy sweetness of moss, the resinous sharpness of rain-soaked pine, and beneath it all, the faint, lingering spice of pumpkin drifting from the chimney, where the last of the soup still simmered. It was a fragrance both grounding and comforting, wrapping her in familiarity even as she stepped into mystery. She did not walk with haste. Halloween, she felt, was not a night for rushing. It was a night for noticing, for savoring. Her eyes lingered on the details, a raindrop trembling delicately on the dark green needles of a fir tree before slipping free, the silver outline of a spider's web strung between branches, each strand jeweled with water, the faint glow of moss that seemed to shimmer at the roots of trees. The forest waited, hushed and patient, as though it too were listening for something just beyond the veil. And so Snow White walked on, unhurried, her lantern swaying gently at her side, carrying her deeper into the night's quiet wonder. The forest seemed alive with subtle magic, as though every branch, every droplet, and every stone had awakened to take part in the quietness of the night. Shadows stretched long and soft between the trees, but they were not the kind of shadows that pressed in with unease. Instead, they seemed to breathe in harmony with the rain, swelling and fading like tides, as if the entire forest was exhaling together. Though it was dark, it light was not unfriendly. The darkness here was more like a blanket, draped tenderly across the world, tucking the earth in for its rest. The trees, tall and ancient, stood like guardians, their trunks glistening where rain traced silver lines down their bark. Their branches bent gently beneath the weight of water, their needles and leaves whispering softly as the breeze moved among them. It felt less like a storm and more like a lullaby. At the bases of the trees, mushrooms had gathered in little families, rising from the damp earth. Their caps caught the glow of Snow White's lantern and shone faintly, as though polished smooth by invisible hands. Some gave off their own pale light, glowing like tiny moons resting in the moss, so soft one might miss them without pausing to look closely. She smiled at the sight of them, for they seemed to her like the lanterns of woodland folk, hidden away yet willing to share their glow with a passer-by. Snow White lifted her lantern higher, and the circle of light spread gently through the mist. The air caught the flame in 1,000 fragments, scattering it among the raindrops. Instead of dimming the lantern, the rain seemed to deepen its beauty, every droplet catching a glimmer as though each one carried a piece of starlight. She watched them fall, entranced by the way they shimmered for just a breath before dissolving into the earth. From the corners of her vision, she thought she saw shapes beyond the trees, not solid, not threatening, but soft movements like figures gliding quietly through the shadows. They did not linger, only passing slowly, as if curious. Snow White felt no fear stir in her heart. On this night she knew, even the unseen held a gentleness about them. Halloween, she thought, was a night when the worlds touched not with sharpness, but with kindness, a reminder that mystery could be tender too. An owl called from a hidden branch overhead, its voice low and steady. The sound did not break the silence, it joined it. The call seemed woven into the rhythm of the rain, echoing gently in Snow White's chest until she felt her own breath move in time with it. She smiled softly, warmed by the sense of belonging, as though the forest had recognized her as part of its quiet song. The path curved onward, carrying her steps to a small glade where the ground lay thick with fallen leaves. They formed a soft carpet of russet and gold, their edges curling with the season's chill. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, smooth and ancient, their surfaces dark and slick with rain. Snow White paused at the edge, her lantern casting a soft glow across them, their wet sides gleaming like mirrors. The stones reminded her of tales the dwarfs had whispered by the fire. They had spoken of nights when folk of the forest, both seen and unseen, gathered in such circles to share warmth, light and song. Tonight, with the rain falling gently around her and the air filled with the hush of the unseen, she wondered if the forest itself might be preparing for its own quiet gathering, one she had been gently invited to witness. Snow White placed her lantern carefully upon one of the stones, the iron handle clicking softly against the smooth, wet surface. Its flame burned steadily, though the rain traced down the glass in shining trails. The light flickered and spread across the stone, reflecting in little ripples upon the slick surface as though the rock itself were glowing from within. She gazed into the mist beyond the circle. At first, she thought she imagined it that perhaps her lantern had multiplied its glow in her tired eyes, yet the faint shimmer did not fade, it grew. Slowly, she noticed other lanterns appearing, one by one, their lights small and delicate against the shadowed trees. They were not harsh or sudden, they emerged as gently as dawn, as if the forest itself were lighting tiny candles in honor of the night. Snow White leaned forward slightly, her breath caught in her chest, not with fear but with quiet awe. The lights approached at an unhurried pace, weaving gracefully between the trees. Some bobbed higher, some lower, as if carried by unseen hands or drifting upon a silent breeze. The closer they came, the more she could see their golden glow, soft and calm, never wavering. Soon the lanterns reached the clearing. They floated into the circle of stones and began to gather around her own flame, as if greeting it. Snow White's heart swelled at the sight. Each lantern hovered gently, like a star that had descended from the sky, finding its place upon the earth. The glow deepened, mingling with the light of her own lantern until the clearing was bathed in warmth. The rain seemed to hush in response, falling more softly now, its sound subdued as though it too wished to listen. Snow White whispered, her voice hushed with wonder, "How beautiful you are." The lanterns seemed to answer. Their glow pulsed faintly, each one brightening for a heartbeat before softening again, as though they were breathing with her. Then, with the rhythm of a slow dance, they drifted together, weaving in patterns, first a spiral, then a circle, flowing gracefully through the mist as if performing for her alone. Snow White drew her cloak close and sat upon one of the ancient stones. Around her the forest had become a cathedral of rain and light, the trees arching overhead like pillars, the lanterns moving as if in prayer. The silence was no longer empty but alive, filled with the patter of water, the slow pulse of lanterns, and the hum of unseen life, wrapping her in peace. As the lanterns drifted and swayed in their gentle dance, Snow White thought she saw something more within them. Their golden glow seemed to shimmer in such a way that shapes appeared, soft, fleeting impressions that faded almost as soon as she noticed them. A pair of kind eyes, deep and full of warmth, lingered in the glow of one lantern. In another she glimpsed the faint curve of smiling lips, as if an unseen friend were quietly amused by her wonder. Some lanterns seemed to hold whole faces, peaceful and serene, as though the forest itself had chosen to take form for a brief moment just to be near her. She could not say if they were memories, reflections of her own thoughts, or spirits of the forest come to share their presence. Yet it did not matter. Whether born of imagination or mystery, they carried no weight of fear. They were gentle, as steady and soft as the rain. Perhaps, she thought, they were simply the forest's way of reminding her that nothing truly vanished, that kindness lingered, glowing on, like a lantern in the mist. The lights drifted closer, curious and unhurried. A few hovered near her, their glow so near that it brushed warmth against her cheeks and fingertips. The sensation was tender, as though being greeted by an old friend's touch. Snow White closed her eyes for a moment, surrendering to the feeling. It was like being surrounded by a quiet choir, each lantern humming a lullaby in tones too soft for words. Together, their presence wrapped around her like a quilt of light, carrying her deeper into calm. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed the lanterns had shifted. They no longer floated in a circle around the stones, but had arranged themselves in a long, slow curve, their glow steady and deliberate. The curve stretched outward into the mist, becoming a path of light that reached deeper into the forest. Each lantern was a beacon, small and steady, and together they looked like stars fallen to earth, laid gently upon the ground to guide her steps. Snow White felt her heart grow still, steady and sure, as though she had been invited into a dream she could walk within. Rising slowly from the stone, she gathered her cloak around her shoulders. Her lantern swayed gently in her hand, though she hardly needed its light now. With quiet steps, she began to follow the glowing path, unhurried, her breath matching the rhythm of the rain, her spirit carrying the same calm as the lanterns themselves. The lanterns led her onward, their golden glow winding through the trees until the forest seemed to open of its own accord. Before Snow White stretched a hollow, quiet and hidden, cradled by roots and moss, as though the earth itself had shaped it with care. Rainwater had gathered in the dip of the land, forming a shallow pool that shimmered like glass. It reflected the glow of the hovering lanterns above, so that for a moment it seemed the sky itself had descended, resting softly upon the forest floor. Snow White paused at the edge, her breath catching in quiet awe. The pool was alive with light, every ripple, every trembling thread of rain that touched its surface sent stars shivering across the water. It was as though she gazed into another world, a mirror realm where earth and sky had mingled together, bound by magic. Around the hollow, mushrooms glowed with their own faint luminescence. Their rounded caps glistened in the rain, shining like tiny lanterns that answered the floating lights above. Some were pale ivory, some tinged with the softest green or blue, all of them casting a gentle radiance that made the air itself seem enchanted. Snow White thought they looked like a gathering of quiet companions, watching in silence, their glow an unspoken welcome. Above the pool, fireflies drifted slowly, unhurried in their dance. Their golden flickers rose and fell in a rhythm as soft as breathing, mingling with the reflection of the floating lanterns, so that it was impossible to tell where Earth's creatures ended and magic began. The air was damp but sweet, carrying the scent of moss and rain, and every breath filled her with a quiet joy she could not name. The rain seemed softer here, its patter delicate and hushed, as if the forest itself had chosen to speak more gently in this place. Each droplet landed like a note of silver, spreading ripples across the pool that shimmered and faded in endless rhythm. It reminded Snow White of a lullaby, the kind the dwarfs sometimes hummed by the fire when they thought she was already asleep. Standing there, Lantern in hand, she felt a calm unlike any she had known. It was deeper than rest, deeper even than sleep, a peace that touched her heart and filled her bones with warmth. This was no place of shadows, no realm of fear. It was something else entirely, the very heart of Halloween's magic, revealed not in fright, but in stillness, in remembrance, in wonder. Here, the night was not about haunting, but about holding close what had been lost, about light meeting darkness with kindness. Snow White felt as though she was standing in a memory that belonged to the forest itself, a sacred space where the living and the unseen might pause together in harmony. And in that moment, with the rain falling softly and the lanterns glowing like stars, she felt utterly at home. Snow White lowered herself gently onto a mossy stone at the edge of the hollow. The surface was damp and cool beneath her, yet the cloak around her shoulders held the chill at bay. She set her lantern beside her, and at once the others drifted closer, as though responding to her presence. Their glow gathered protectively, encircling her in a gentle ring of light. It was not the brilliance of day, nor the sharp flame of fire, but a tender, steady warmth that seemed to hum with comfort. The forest around her had gone utterly still, save for the rain's quiet song. Each drop tapped against leaf and stone, a soft percussion that blended with the misty hush of the air. Snow White felt her eyelids growing heavy, lulled by the rhythm. It was as though the entire forest had slowed its breathing, inviting her to do the same. She inhaled deeply, and the sense of wet moss, rain-darkened bark, and the faint sweetness of glowing mushrooms filled her lungs. Her thoughts drifted, tender and unhurried, to the little cottage she now called home. She pictured the dwarfs, all bundled in their quilts, their snores rising and falling in the same gentle rhythm as the rain. She imagined the carved pumpkins on the windowsills, their serene faces glowing kindly through the storm, casting their watchful light across the threshold. The image filled her heart with a sense of belonging, of safety, as if the warmth of that home had stretched all the way here to the hollow. And then her mind turned back to the forest itself. Tonight it had welcomed her in ways she had never expected, lanterns that appeared out of mist, mushrooms that glowed like stars, a pool that held the sky within its surface. She felt honored, as though she had been invited to a secret gathering, a celebration known only to the woods and its hidden folk. Not once had she felt fear. Instead, there was a deep assurance, as if the forest were reminding her that she was not alone, even in its darkest hours. Her breath slowed, falling into perfect harmony with the rain. Each exhale softened her, easing her deeper into calm. Her lantern, warm in her hand, flickered once as if acknowledging her drowsiness, then steadied its glow. She thought, in her half-dreaming state, that perhaps it wished to stand guard while she rested. Snow White leaned back against the mossy stone, the cloak drawn close around her like a gentle embrace. The lanterns hovered patiently, their golden halos casting ripples across the pool. She let her eyes fall half shut, watching as the water mirrored their light. The lanterns seemed like constellations, stars that had descended from the heavens to keep vigil beside her. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was that shimmering reflection stars cradled in water, lights circling her like a promise. She drifted into dreams under their watch, safe in the forest's embrace, the magic of Halloween wrapping her in its quiet glow. When Snow White woke, the world was hushed with the tender stillness of dawn. The air held the coolness of night, yet carried with it the first promise of morning. The rain had softened to nothing more than a mist, delicate as breath, clinging to the edges of leaves and stones. Every branch glistened with droplets, catching the pale light that spread softly through the trees. It was as though the forest had been wrapped in silver lace. She sat up slowly, her cloak damp with dew, and for a moment she simply lingered in the hollow, listening. The pool before her was calm, its glassy surface unbroken, reflecting the faint brightness of the waking sky. The lanterns that had circled her the night before were gone. Not a single trace of their golden glow remained, yet their memory lingered within her like warmth in her chest, like the last note of a lullaby still trembling in the air. Snow White drew in a breath, deep and steady, and felt a quiet gratitude. The forest had given her something she could not name, something beyond sight or sound. Though the lanterns had vanished, their gentleness remained inside her, as though they had left a piece of their light for her to carry. Rising from the mossy stone, she brushed the droplets from her cloak. Her body felt refreshed, as if she had slept not only through the night, but through every weariness of the year. She took her lantern in hand, its glass sides gleaming faintly with dew. Though its flame was gone, it seemed somehow brighter in the pale morning, reflecting the soft wash of light that filtered through the mist. She walked slowly back along the forest path. Each step pressed into damp earth that released the fragrance of moss and pine. The trees, their branches heavy with rain, seemed to bow gently as she passed, and the mist curled lazily around her feet, drifting like a companion. She thought again of the lanterns that had guided her the night before, their patient light leading her through shadows. Though the forest was different now, clearer, quieter, touched by morning, it still seemed to remember. When at last she reached the cottage, its roof glistened with raindrops, and smoke rose faintly from the chimney, where embers still glowed from the night's fire. The carved pumpkins smiled from the window-sills, their candlelight extinguished, but their faces still kind. Snow White lifted her lantern and placed it beside them. Its glass caught the new day's brightness, scattering it in tiny reflections across the sill. She thought it looked content there, as if it had returned home after a long journey. The dwarfs were still asleep, their gentle snores drifting from behind closed doors, warm and steady as ever. Snow White moved quietly through the cottage, her steps soft upon the wooden floor. She set aside her damp cloak and slipped beneath her quilt, the fabric cool at first, then swiftly warming around her. Her body sank into the comfort of her bed, as though it had been waiting just for her. She closed her eyes, letting herself drift once more towards sleep. The images of the night returned to her easily, the forest shimmering with rain, the lanterns hovering like stars, the pool that had held the sky. She thought of the pumpkins glowing kindly in the storm, of the dwarfs wrapped safe in their quilts, of the forest's gentle magic that seemed to cradle all who entered. And in that hazy place between waking and dreaming, Snow White knew with a certainty as soft as breath that Halloween, in its quiet way, would always be a night of peace. You are in a candlelit pumpkin patch, a cozy sleep story. You step onto a narrow path just as the sky begins to soften into evening. The world around you is suspended in that hushed moment between day and night, when colors deepen and shadows grow long and kind. Before you stretches a pumpkin patch unlike any you've seen before. Row upon row of pumpkins in every size and shape, each one glowing from within with the tender light of a candle. The air is cool against your face, carrying the scent of earth and autumn leaves, of wood smoke drifting from somewhere far away. You breathe in slowly, and the air fills your lungs with a cleanness that seems to wash through you, releasing the weight you've been carrying. Your shoulders drop a little, your jaw unclenches. Already you can feel yourself beginning to soften. The path beneath your feet is made of smooth, worn stones that have been walked upon for years, maybe centuries. They're cool through the soles of your shoes, and each step you take makes the quietest sound a soft tap that joins the peaceful rhythm of this place. On either side of the path, the pumpkins glow with their warm, golden light, casting gentle shadows that dance and sway in the gathering dusk. You walk slowly, with no hurry and no destination. There is nowhere you need to be but here. Nothing you need to do but breathe and walk, and let yourself be held by this peaceful evening. The stones guide you forward, each one placed perfectly, as if the path itself knows where you need to go. As you move deeper into the pumpkin patch, you notice how each pumpkin seems to have its own personality. Some are perfectly round and smooth, their surfaces catching the candlelight like polished amber. Others are tall and ridged, their flames flickering behind carved windows shaped like crescent moons and sleeping stars. A few are small and clustered together in families, their combined glow creating pools of light along the path. Some pumpkins are pale as cream, others deep orange, and still others have taken on shades of blue-gray and sage green, all of them holding their candles like precious secrets. The candles inside each pumpkin burn steadily, protected from any breeze by their hollow guardians. The light they cast is the color of honey, of sunrise, of warmth itself. It doesn't glare or harsh against your eyes, it simply glows, soft and constant, like a promise of comfort kept. You can see the flames dancing gently inside their carved homes, never flickering too wildly, never threatening to go out, just burning with that perfect, peaceful steadiness. Above you the sky has deepened to a rich purple blue, the color of twilight at its most beautiful. The first stars are beginning to appear, faint pinpricks of silver light scattered across the vast expanse. You pause for a moment to look up, tilting your head back, letting your gaze lose itself in that endless space. The stars seem to pulse gently, as if breathing in time with you. as if the whole universe is breathing together in perfect harmony. And then you feel it, the first drop of rain. It touches your forehead, cool and light as a whisper, then another on your cheek, another on your hand. The rain begins to fall, soft and steady, each drop so gentle it feels like the sky is offering you a blessing. The sound it makes is barely audible at first, a quiet pattering on the pumpkin leaves, a soft rustle through the dried cornstalks standing at the edges of the patch. You expected rain might send you seeking shelter, but instead you find yourself walking deeper into the pumpkin patch, toward a small covered pavilion you can see in the distance. The rain feels right somehow, necessary, like it's washing away more than just the dust of the day. With each drop that touches your skin, you feel a little lighter, a little more at peace. The rain is not cold, not uncomfortable, it's gentle, almost warm, like the touch of someone who cares for you. The rain falls more steadily now, creating a gentle rhythm all around you. It taps softly on the pumpkins, each one becoming a small drum in nature's quiet orchestra. The sound is hypnotic, not loud enough to startle, but present enough to fill the air with its soothing pattern. Tap, 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 soft and endless, you find your breathing beginning to match its rhythm. In with the falling drops, out with the gentle splash as they meet the earth. The candlelight inside the pumpkins seems even warmer now, seen through the veil of rain. The flames flicker but don't go out, protected and safe, their golden glow creating a path of light through the falling water. Steam begins to rise gently from some of the larger pumpkins, warmed by the candles within, and the effect is magical, soft wisps of vapor, curling up into the rainy twilight, like dreams taking form, like wishes being released into the night. You continue walking, and the rain continues falling, and somehow the two rhythms, your steps and the rainfall, begin to synchronize. Each footfall matches the pattern of drops, and you become part of the evening's music, part of the song that the pumpkin patch is singing. The path leads you between rows of glowing gourds, some as small as your fist, others as large as barrels, all of them emanating that same gentle, welcoming light. As you walk, you notice other details, the way the rain has darkened the earth, making it rich and fragrant, the way drops collect on the pumpkin vines, hanging there like tiny jewels before falling, the way your own clothes are becoming damp, but instead of feeling uncomfortable, it feels cleansing, renewing, as if you're being washed clean of worries and anxieties and all the small troubles that have accumulated on your skin like dust. You reach the pavilion and step beneath its sheltering roof. It's a simple structure, made of weathered wood that has turned silver with age, its posts wrapped with climbing vines that have grown burgundy and gold with autumn's touch. The roof overhead is solid enough to keep you dry, but open on all sides, so you can still see out into the pumpkin patch, still feel connected to the rain and the evening and the glowing lights. The wood smells of age and rain and countless seasons, a comforting scent that speaks of endurance and shelter. Inside the pavilion, There's a low bench covered with thick cushions in deep autumn colors, rust and amber, moss green, and dusky purple. Beside the bench sits a small table, and on it a lantern that matches the candles in the pumpkins, glowing with that same honey-warm light. There's also a thick blanket folded neatly, waiting for you, as if someone knew you would come, as if this space has been prepared just for you. You sink down onto the cushions, and they welcome you with a softness that elicits a deep, contented sigh. The bench, perfectly positioned to gaze out over the sprawling pumpkin patch, cradles you as you arrange yourself comfortably, drawing the blanket over your lap. The blanket, crafted from some wonderfully soft material, perhaps wool, perhaps fleece, wraps you in warmth, its texture like a gentle embrace from a loved one. Its weight is ideal, substantial enough to feel grounding and secure, yet light enough to avoid any discomfort, as if it were made just for this moment, for you. The rain continues its gentle symphony, a soothing melody that weaves through the evening air. From the shelter of the pavilion, you watch it fall across the pumpkin patch, transforming the scene into something ethereal, dreamlike, almost otherworldly. The raindrops catch the flickering candlelight as they descend, each one igniting into a brief golden spark before melting into the earth. The pumpkins glow steadfastly, their warm light unwavering, patient, and seemingly eternal, casting a serene radiance that feels like a promise of peace. You could watch this forever. You think this mesmerizing dance of rain, light, and darkness, a quiet spectacle that speaks to something deep within you. As you settle into stillness, your senses sharpen, noticing details that might have otherwise slipped by. The rain carves tiny, glistening rivers between the rows of pumpkins, following the natural contours of the land like delicate veins of water nourishing the earth. The larger pumpkin leaves, broad and sturdy, collect the droplets, their surfaces shimmering until the weight becomes too much, and they release miniature waterfalls that splash softly onto the ground below. The air grows richer with each passing moment, carrying the deep, grounding scent of wet earth and decomposing leaves, a quintessential autumn fragrance, ancient and peaceful. There's something else too, a subtle sweetness lingering in the air, perhaps the faint perfume of the season's last wildflowers, or the crisp, fruity note of apples from a nearby orchard, carried on the rain-washed breeze. Your breathing has slowed without conscious effort, each inhale drawing in the cool, clean air, crisp with the purity of the night. Each exhale releases a little more of the tension you've been carrying, worries, stresses, the weight of the day slipping away like leaves on the wind. Your shoulders, once rigid, now rest heavily against the cushions, sinking into their softness as if they've always belonged there. Your hands lie loose and open in your lap, no longer clenched, no longer grasping or striving, simply resting, simply being. The constant tension you carry in your neck begins to unravel, muscle by muscle, fiber by fiber, as if each knot is gently undone by the rhythm of the rain. Your head settles easily, naturally, requiring no effort to hold upright, as if the bench and the night itself are conspiring to support you. The pavilion feels like a sanctuary, its wooden beams sturdy overhead, shielding you from the rain while allowing you to feel part of the night's embrace. The pumpkin's glow seems to pulse in time with your heartbeat, a quiet rhythm that lulls you deeper into calm. You notice the way the candlelight reflects off the wet surfaces of the pumpkins, creating a soft halo around each one, as if they're not just gourds but tiny lanterns guarding the night. The sound of the rain becomes a lullaby, its steady patter blending with the occasional drip from the pavilion's eaves, each sound a gentle nudge toward rest. You feel the blanket's warmth seeping into your skin, grounding you, while the cool air brushes your face, a perfect balance of comfort and freshness. Your thoughts begin to soften, no longer racing or demanding attention. They drift like the mist you can see gathering at the edges of the patch, formless and unhurried. You're aware of the world around you, the rustle of leaves stirred by a passing breeze, the distant call of a night bird, the faint creak of the pavilion settling into the evening. Yet none of it pulls you from this moment. Instead, it all weaves together into a tapestry of peace, each element a thread that binds you to this quiet, perfect night. You are here, fully present, yet somehow weightless, as if the boundaries between you and the world are blurring, as if you're becoming part of the pumpkin patch, the rain, the candlelight. The stars begin to peek through breaks in the clouds, their light faint but growing stronger, adding another layer to the night's beauty. You feel a quiet gratitude welling up for the simplicity of this moment, for the way the world seems to pause just for you. The pumpkins, the rain, the blanket, the bench, they all feel like gifts, conspiring to create this fleeting, perfect harmony. And as you rest here, wrapped in warmth and surrounded by light, you know that this is enough. This moment, this peace, is everything you need. The sound of the rain is everywhere now, a constant presence that fills your ears and quiets your mind. It's the kind of sound that doesn't require thought, that simply exists, washing over and through you. You find that your thoughts are beginning to slow, to stretch out like honey, each one taking longer to form, becoming less important, fading before they can fully complete themselves. The usual chatter of your mind grows quieter, dimmer, like someone is slowly turning down the volume. In the distance, you see movement. A fox appears between the pumpkin rows, its rust-colored fur darkened by the rain. It moves with that particular grace that wild things have, each step deliberate and silent. The fox pauses beside a particularly large pumpkin, sitting down as if to rest, unbothered by the rain. The candlelight reflects in its eyes for a moment, two small flames of gold, before it blinks slowly and looks away, across the patch, towards something only it can see. You watch the fox without urgency, without the need to do anything but observe. It sits there for a long moment, rain dripping from its fur, completely at peace. Then it turns its head and seems to look directly at you, and for that brief moment you feel a connection, another living being, sheltering in the rain, finding peace in this glowing evening. The fox's expression is calm, knowing, as if it understands exactly why you're here, exactly what you need. Then, as silently as it appeared, it rises and continues on its way, disappearing between the pumpkins, leaving only the memory of its quiet presence and that brief moment of understanding. More time passes, though you've stopped tracking it. Time has become fluid here, unimportant, just another thing you can release. The rain continues, the candles glow, the sky deepens toward true night, and more stars emerge, visible between the clouds when they part for brief moments. You find yourself noticing smaller things, the way a single raindrop travels down the pavilion post, following the grain of the wood with perfect precision, the way your breath makes the softest sound as it leaves your lips, the way your eyelids have grown heavier, requiring more effort to open each time you blink, the way the blanket has warmed to your body temperature, becoming almost indistinguishable from your own warmth. On the small table beside you, you notice something you hadn't seen before. A cup, simple and ceramic, warm to the touch when you reach for it. Inside is some kind of tea or warm drink, the steam rising from it carrying the scent of chamomile and honey, of lavender and something else you can't quite name, but that smells like comfort itself, like safety, like home. You lift the cup to your lips and sip slowly, carefully. The liquid is exactly the right temperature, warm enough to heat you from within, but not so hot as to jar you from this peaceful state. It tastes like autumn evenings and safety, like all the best parts of being home. There's a hint of vanilla, a whisper of cinnamon, and underneath it all, that soothing flavor of chamomile that speaks directly to your nervous system, telling it to relax, to let go, to rest. You sip again, then cradle the cup in your hands, feeling its warmth seep into your palms, traveling up your arms, spreading through your chest. The rain begins to slow, becoming even softer, each drop more spaced out from the last. The sound shifts from a steady patter to a gentle, intermittent tap, 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 like a lullaby finding its closing notes, like the world itself preparing to sleep. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, and you find yourself waiting for each drop, anticipating it, and then feeling a small sense of satisfaction when it comes, soft and perfect and exactly when it should. You set the cup back on the table and adjust yourself on the cushions, pulling the blanket higher, letting your body sink deeper into comfort. Through the pavilion's open sides, the pumpkin patch glows on, unchanging, eternal. Each candle still burns with that same steady light, and you realize they'll burn through the night, keeping watch, holding the darkness at bay with their gentle golden glow. You are protected here. You are safe. Nothing can disturb this peace. Your eyes are so heavy now. Each time you blink, it takes longer to open them again. The images before you begin to blur softly at the edges, the rain, the pumpkins, the candlelight all merging into a watercolor dream of gold and shadow, of soft light and gentle darkness. It's beautiful in its softness, in its lack of sharp edges or harsh contrasts. Everything is gentle here, everything is kind. You let your eyes close for a longer moment, and behind your lids, you can still see the glow of the candles, as if they've been imprinted there. The sound of the rain is softer still now, almost dreamlike itself, more feeling than sound. Your breathing has become so slow and deep, each breath taking forever, each exhale releasing you further into peace. You count your breaths without meaning to 1, 2, 3, and then you lose count, and it doesn't matter, because counting was just another thing to do, and here, you don't need to do anything at all. When you open your eyes again, though it takes such effort, and they open only halfway, the pumpkin patch has transformed into a realm of pure enchantment. The space between the rows of glowing pumpkins is now cradled by a soft, ethereal mist that clings low to the ground, capturing the candlelight and holding it suspended in the air like tiny stars trapped in a dream. The entire patch has become a shimmering sea of gentle golden light, floating on clouds of mist, each pumpkin a beacon of warmth in the cool night. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen, a scene that could belong in a master's painting, a fleeting dream, or a vivid memory of childhood, when the world was woven with wonder and magic, felt not just possible, but inevitable. You gaze upon it with a heart full of dreamy wonder, your thoughts soft and unformed, simply basking in the beauty without the need to name it or pin it down with understanding. The mist moves languidly, rolling between the pumpkins like gentle waves lapping at a shore, and the candlelight pulses softly within it, weaving patterns that shift and dance with each passing moment. Spirals and swirls, eddies and currents, all crafted from light and vapor, kissed by the last traces of rain, create a living tapestry that feels alive, breathing with the night. The final drops of rain fall, each one distinct now, a delicate note in the symphony of the evening. Each drop makes its own quiet sound as it kisses a pumpkin's smooth skin, a leaf's fragile edge, or the rich dark earth. Then the rain ceases entirely, leaving behind only the soft dripping of water from leaves and the pavilion's roof, an aftersong, gentle and sparse, growing quieter and more spaced out with each passing minute. Drip, 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 each sound further apart, like a clock winding down, like a heartbeat easing into the rhythm of sleep. In the newfound quiet, your senses awaken to subtler sounds you hadn't noticed before. The distant hoot of an owl, low and serene, echoes through the night like a guardian's call. The rustle of a small creature, perhaps a mouse or a vole, scampers through the dried leaves at the patch's edge, tending to its quiet evening tasks. The whisper of wind weaves through the standing corn, so soft it's almost imagined, a sensation more felt than heard. Every sound is gentle, every rustle a part of this peaceful evening, all of it weaving together to wrap you in a deep sense of safety and rest, as comforting as the blanket draped across your lap. Your body feels impossibly heavy now, yet perfectly relaxed. Your arms rest weightless, sinking into the bench's cushions. Your legs have melted into the softness beneath you, blending with the seat until you can no longer tell where your body ends and the world begins. Your head rests in the perfect position, cradled and supported, requiring no effort to hold upright. Even your face has softened, every tiny muscle releasing its grip, your expression smoothing into one of utter peace. Your forehead is unwrinkled, your jaw slightly slack, your tongue resting gently in your mouth. Every part of you has surrendered to this moment, to this quiet, glowing night. The stars are fully visible now, the clouds having parted and drifted away like a curtain drawn back to reveal the cosmos. The sky is a deep, black blue, a vast canvas scattered with stars that gleam like diamond dust strewn across velvet. Out here, far from the city's glare, they shine with a clarity that takes your breath away. You trace familiar constellations, Orion's belt, the Big Dipper's arc, and notice countless smaller stars you've never seen before, each one ancient, each one a silent witness to the Earth's long history. The Milky Way stretches overhead, a luminous river of light flowing through the darkness, and in a quiet moment of clarity, you realize you're gazing at light from stars that burned out millions of years ago. You're seeing history, time itself made visible, a cosmic story written in light. Your thoughts drift to the countless souls across time who have gazed at these same stars, finding solace in their steady presence. How many have lain down to sleep beneath this same sky, comforted by the knowledge that the stars would keep their silent vigil through the night. You feel connected to them all, to every grandmother who told stories under the stars, every child who dreamed beneath them, every weary traveler who found rest in their glow. You are part of an endless chain of peaceful nights, woven into the human story of seeking and finding peace, of resting under the eternal watch of the heavens. Your eyes drift closed again, and this time you don't fight to keep them open. Behind your lids, the world is soft, dark and warm, a cocoon of comfort. You can still sense the golden glow of the pumpkins, their candlelight flickering like a heartbeat. You can still hear the last drips of water falling, each one a gentle note in the night's lullaby. You feel the cushions beneath you, the blanket over you, the cool night air brushing your face. Everything is perfect, exactly as it should be, a moment crafted for rest. Your breathing slows to a rhythm so deep, so unhurried, that each breath feels like an eternity. In, the air fills you with peace, expanding your lungs with the scent of rain-soaked earth and candle wax. Out, you release every lingering worry, every tension, every thought that tugs you away from this moment. In, you draw in the essence of the night, the quiet beauty of the patch. Out, you let go of everything you've been carrying, everything that's kept you from this perfect rest. The pumpkin patch holds you in its glowing embrace, the candles burning steady and true, their light a promise of safety, of protection, of permission to let go completely. The earth beneath the pavilion is solid and unwavering, having cradled countless others before you, ready to hold you through this night and into the peace of deep sleep. The earth remembers every soul who has rested here, and it welcomes you into that memory, into that long line of sleepers and dreamers who have found solace in its embrace. Somewhere in the distance, so faint it might be imagined, you hear the sound of new rain approaching, not the rain that passed, but a softer, mist-like rain, barely more than a whisper. It falls with the gentlest of sounds, like breath, like heartbeat, like the pulse of the earth itself. It blends with the last drips from the leaves, with the sigh of the wind, with the owl's distant call, creating a lullaby so natural, so perfect, that your entire being responds. Your heart slows to match its rhythm, your breathing deepens, your body releases its final holdings, surrendering completely to sleep. The mist rain is so fine you can barely hear it, but you feel it in the air, sense it refreshing the earth, hear it in the tiniest whisper of drops so small they seem to dissolve into the night. It's the breath of the world, exhaling slowly into darkness and rest, and you exhale with it, releasing, letting go, sinking deeper. Your last conscious thought is one of gratitude for this place, this moment, these pumpkins with their faithful candles, the rain that washed the world clean, the stars keeping watch above, the earth holding you below. For the fox that darted through the evening, a fleeting companion, for the warm drink still radiating heat in your belly, for the blanket, the cushions, the shelter of the pavilion, for all of it, for everything. The candle-lit pumpkin patch glows on around you as you drift deeper, the flames flickering softly in their hollow sanctuaries, casting dancing shadows that move like dreams across the mist. The new rain whispers down, so light it barely touches the earth, more feeling than substance, merging with your breath, carrying you into sleep like a leaf floating on water, gentle, inevitable, perfect. You are held, you are safe, you are at peace. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go, no one you need to be, except exactly who you are in this moment, a person resting, releasing, allowing themselves to sleep. The world will turn without you for these hours, the stars will keep their vigil, the candles will burn, the earth will hold you, and you can simply rest. The night settles around you like wings, soft and protective and dark in the kindest way. The last thing you sense before sleep claims you is the warm, golden glow of 1,000 candles, burning steady through the darkness, lighting your way into dreams, keeping watch over your rest, glowing on and on, into the gentle dark where thoughts dissolve and worries fade, and only peace remains, into the peaceful quiet where your breath is the only sound, growing softer and softer, into sleep, deep and dreamless and complete, into rest, into dark, into nothing, into everything, into sleep, a Zen Halloween tale of the curious rabbit. On the edge of an ancient temple garden, where stone lanterns stood like silent guardians and maple leaves drifted down in shades of crimson and gold, there lived a rabbit with fur the color of autumn mist. The other creatures of the garden called her simply Rabbit, for she needed no other name. She was small and soft, with eyes that held a gentle curiosity about all things, and ears that could catch the whisper of a single leaf falling 3 gardens away. This particular evening was unlike any other in the turning year. It was the night when autumn leaned most deeply into darkness, when the veil between what is seen and unseen grew gossamer thin. The humans in the distant village called it Halloween, and even here in this quiet corner of the world, where temple bells marked the hours and stone Buddhas smiled beneath blankets of moss, the air held something different, not frightening, but strange, softly strange, like a familiar room glimpsed by candlelight. Rabbit sat at the entrance to her burrow beneath the roots of an old ginkgo tree, watching as the sun melted into the western hills like honey dissolving in warm tea. The sky transformed through shades of amber and rose, then deepened to violet, and finally to the rich blue-black of ink spreading through water. One by one stars appeared, small and distant as scattered sesame seeds. But it was the moon that captured her attention most completely. Tonight, the moon rose full and enormous, the color of a ripe persimmon, hanging low over the garden wall like a great paper lantern lit from within. Its light spilled across the raked gravel paths, turning them silver white, and transformed the pond into a mirror of liquid mercury. In this light, every stone, every pine needle, every fallen petal took on an otherworldly quality, as if the garden itself were dreaming. Rabbit's nose twitched. The air carried unusual fragrances this evening. Beneath the familiar scents of damp earth and pine resin, she detected something else, the sweet, waxy smell of candles burning inside carved gourds, drifting from the village below. And there was incense too, the temple's evening offering, sandalwood smoke curling through the cool air like visible prayers. She decided to take a walk. Emerging from her burrow, Rabbit hopped slowly along the narrow path that wound between carefully pruned azalea bushes and past the small pond where koi fish sometimes rose to disturb the surface of the water with gentle, concentric circles. Tonight, the pond was perfectly still, a dark mirror, reflecting the enormous moon and the skeletal branches of the cherry trees that would bloom pink and abundant in spring, but now stood bare, their limbs reaching upward like the many arms of dancers frozen mid-gesture. As Rabbit rounded the bend near the stone water basin, where a bamboo pipe perpetually dripped water with a soft, meditative tock, 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 she noticed something peculiar. Small lights dotted the garden. They were not the steady glow of the stone lanterns, which the temple keeper lit each evening with careful attention. These lights flickered and bobbed, hovering at various heights among the shrubs and low-hanging branches. They were the color of foxfire and marsh light, that eerie green-gold phosphorescence that sometimes glowed on rotting wood in the deep forest. Some were no larger than fireflies, others swelled to the size of plums before dimming again to pinpricks. Rabbit paused, her ears swiveling forward, her heartbeat quickened slightly, then settled. She had learned, in her time in this garden, that most things which seemed strange were simply ordinary things seen from a different angle, in a different light. These floating orbs, whatever they were, moved with gentleness. They did not rush or dart aggressively, they simply drifted, like seeds of dandelion fluff caught in an imperceptible breeze. She continued forward, and the lights seemed to part before her, creating a path. Curious, she thought. The gravel crunched softly beneath her paws, a sound like rice being poured into a wooden bowl. Ahead, the garden's main path led toward the temple's meditation hall, and beyond that, to the cemetery where stone markers stood in neat rows, each carved with names and dates, each decorated with offerings of flowers, incense, and occasionally small cups of sake or tea. On Halloween night, she had heard, the boundary between this world and the next grew thin. The ancestors, it was said, could return to visit, but Rabbit had never been frightened of ancestors. They were simply those who had walked the garden paths before, who had sat beneath these same trees when they were younger trees, who had watched the moon rise on countless autumn evenings just like this one. As she hopped along, Rabbit became aware of presences around her. Not the lights, those continued their gentle bobbing, but something else. Shapes that were almost visible, like shadows cast by invisible objects. They moved at the edges of her vision, never quite solid enough to see directly, but unmistakably there. A flutter of robes, perhaps, passing behind the stone Buddha near the camellia bush. A suggestion of a hat, tall and formal, glimpsed between the maple trunks. The whisper of footsteps on gravel, though when Rabbit looked, the path was empty. She sat up on her haunches, ears alert, nose testing the air. Her heart remained calm. These presences, whatever they were, carried no aggression, no hunger, no danger. They felt wistful, gentle, like visitors at a beloved place they had not seen in a long time. Rabbit lowered herself back to all fours and continued walking. The meditation hall stood ahead, its curved roof tiles dark against the pumpkin-colored moon. Usually, by this hour, the hall was dark and locked, the monks having retired to their quarters after evening service. But tonight, soft light glowed through the rice paper screens, and Rabbit could hear the faint sound of the mokugyo, the wooden fish drum, being tapped in a slow, steady rhythm. Tock, 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 like a heartbeat, like footsteps, like the passing of moments, one after another, none exactly like the one before, none exactly like the one that will come after. Rabbit approached the hall's raised platform, where stone steps led up to the entrance. She had never been inside the meditation hall. It was a place for humans, for monks in grey robes who sat in perfect stillness for hours, breathing and breathing and breathing. But tonight, the screen door stood slightly ajar, and the light within was warm and inviting. She hopped up the steps, one careful hop at a time. The wood was smooth and cool beneath her paws, polished by decades of bare feet climbing up and down, up and down. At the doorway, Rabbit paused and peered inside. The hall was filled with an amber light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The mokugyo sat on its cushion at the front of the room, and it was tapping itself tock, 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 moved by no visible hand. Incense burned in the bronze holder, sending up a thin ribbon of smoke that twisted and climbed toward the ceiling beams. And sitting in neat rows, in the precise positions where monks usually sat for meditation, were the almost visible presences Rabbit had sensed in the garden. She could see them more clearly now, though they were still somewhat translucent, like figures painted on silk with very diluted ink. There were dozens of them. Old women in formal kimono, their hair swept up in traditional styles, men in dark haori jackets, their faces gentle and peaceful. Children too, sitting with surprising stillness, their small hands folded in their laps. They were meditating, all of them, facing forward, eyes half closed, breathing in and breathing out, while the Mokugyo marked time and the incense smoke rose and the moon poured its strange orange light through the windows. Rabbit understood then. These were the ancestors, returned for this one night when the barrier was thin. They had come back to the temple, where they had perhaps sat in life, seeking the same peace, the same stillness, the same truth that required neither living nor dead to approach it. One of the figures, an elderly man with kind eyes and deep smile lines around his mouth, turned his head slightly and noticed Rabbit standing in the doorway. He did not startle. Instead, he smiled, a gentle expression of recognition and welcome, and gestured with one semi-transparent hand toward an empty space at the back of the hall. An invitation. Rabbit hesitated only a moment. Then she hopped quietly into the hall, moving along the wall to the empty space the kind man had indicated. She settled herself there, tucking her back paws beneath her body and letting her front paws rest naturally before her. She let her eyes half close, the way the figures around her held theirs. And she breathed, in and out, in and out. The Mokugyo continued its steady rhythm. Talk, talk, talk. The incense smoke rose and dispersed, rose and dispersed. The moon poured its light through the screens, painting everything in shades of orange and silver and shadow, and Rabbit sat, surrounded by the gentle presence of those who had come before, by those who were neither here nor there, neither solid nor absent, neither living nor dead in any way that required fear or sorrow. They simply were, for this moment, in this place, sitting as she was sitting, breathing as she was breathing. Time became soft and pliable. Minutes might have passed, or hours. There was no way to know, and it did not matter. The sitting itself was enough. The breathing itself was enough. Gradually, Rabbit became aware of something else, a quality in the light, a shift in the air. The figures around her were fading, not suddenly or dramatically, but gently, gradually, the way morning stars fade when dawn begins to lighten the sky. They were becoming thinner, more transparent, like watercolors when you add too much water to the paint. But there was no sadness in this fading, no struggle against it. They simply let themselves dissolve, releasing their temporary solidity with the same ease with which they had assumed it. The elderly man who had welcomed Rabbit turned once more to look at her. His eyes, even as they faded, held warmth and a deep, untroubled peace. He bowed to her, a small bow of gratitude and farewell. Rabbit lowered her head in return, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement. Then he was gone, and the others with him, dissolving like mist when the sun touches it, leaving behind only the empty meditation hall, the still burning incense, the Mokugyo now silent on its cushion, and the moonlight streaming through the windows. Rabbit sat alone in the hall for a few moments longer. Her breath continued, in and out, Her heart beat its steady rhythm. The temple stood solid around her, its wooden beams and tile roof exactly as they had been for 200 years, and would likely be for another 200, slowly weathering, slowly changing, but present. Everything was present, and everything was passing. These two truths could exist together, she realized. They were not contradictions, but companions, two sides of the same reality. The ancestors had come, and now they had gone, and both the coming and the going were natural, necessary, and strangely comforting. She rose to her feet and hopped quietly out of the hall, back down the smooth wooden steps to the garden path below. The floating lights were fewer now, and dimmer. As Rabbit walked back toward her burrow beneath the ginkgo tree, they winked out one by one, like candles being gently extinguished at the end of a ceremony. The last one hovered before her for a moment, pulsing softly with that foxfire green-gold light, and then it too faded, leaving only darkness and moonlight and the familiar shapes of the garden. The enormous orange moon had risen higher now and had transformed from its Halloween pumpkin color to something paler, cooler, more silver. Its light still filled the garden, but it was a different light now, cleaner, clearer, the light of an ordinary full moon in an ordinary autumn sky. Rabbit reached her burrow and paused at the entrance, looking back over the garden. The stone lanterns glowed steadily, the pond reflected the sky, the temple stood quiet and solid on its foundation. Everything was exactly as it always was, and everything was completely different, for she had seen something that could not quite be put into words. She had sat with those who were not quite here and not quite gone. She had breathed with them, shared silence with them, existed alongside them in that space where all beings furred and robed, present and absent, living and remembered were simply breath and awareness and the steady passage of moments. And she had learned that Halloween, for all its reputation for strangeness and fright, was really about something else entirely. It was about acknowledgement, about remembering, about making space for what has passed to return, not to frighten, but to sit peacefully, to share the stillness, to remind those still living that the barrier between states of being is thin and permeable and nothing to fear. All things arise and pass away, the Buddha had taught. This was not a sad truth, but a liberating one. It meant that nothing was truly lost, because nothing had ever been permanent enough to lose. And it meant that nothing needed to be grasped or held or preserved exactly as it was, because change itself was the nature of existence. The rabbit who thought herself simple and ordinary had been granted a vision tonight, a glimpse through the veil. But she understood that the vision was not meant to make her special or different. It was simply a reminder offered gently by the universe on this night when such reminders could most easily appear. She thought of the kind man who had bowed to her. She thought of all the figures sitting in meditation, present and not present, seeking peace in the only moment where peace could ever be found, this moment, and this one, and this one. Tok, 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 like the water dripping in the stone basin, like the mokugyo marking time, like her own heart beating steadily in her small chest. Rabbit descended into her burrow, turning 3 times in her sleeping chamber before settling into the soft nest of dried grass and fur she had prepared. The earth was cool and comfortable around her. The sounds of the garden filtered down through the roots and soil. The distant splash of a koi in the pond, the rustle of a leaf released from its branch, the whisper of wind through bamboo. She let her breathing slow and deepen. Her eyes drifted closed, then open, then closed again. Above ground, the moon continued its arc across the sky, patient and luminous, neither hurrying nor lingering, simply following the path it had followed every night for billions of years and would follow for billions more. The stars turned slowly overhead. Somewhere in the distance, the temple bell rang once, a single deep note that resonated through the valleys and hills before fading to silence. Halloween night drew toward its close, and the barrier between worlds, which had grown so thin and permeable at dusk, began to thicken again. What had been visible became invisible. What had returned began the journey back. But the peace that had filled the meditation hall, the gentle acknowledgement that had passed between the rabbit and the ancestors, remained. It settled into the stones of the garden. It soaked into the wood of the temple. It became part of the place, a memory held not in any single mind but in the air itself, in the way moonlight fell on the raked gravel, in the patient posture of the stone Buddhas who smiled beneath their blankets of moss. And deep in her burrow, surrounded by earth and roots, and the profound darkness that has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with rest, Rabbit slept. But sleep, on this night, was not quite the usual descent into unknowing. Her dreams carried the weight of the evening's revelations, transforming them into something softer, something that moved like water over smooth stones. She dreamed she was sitting again in the meditation hall, but now it was filled with a different kind of presence. The spaces between the wooden pillars held doorways she had never noticed before. Not physical doors, but openings in the air itself, shimmering like heat rising from summer stones. Through each opening she could see other gardens, other temples, other nights stretching backward and forward through time. In one doorway, she saw the garden as it had been 100 years ago, when the ginkgo tree, under which she now slept, was barely taller than a human child, its trunk thin and flexible, its leaves bright yellow-green with youth. An old gardener tended it carefully, wrapping its base with straw for the coming winter, speaking to it in a low, affectionate voice, promising it would grow strong and live to shelter many generations. Through another opening she saw the garden 50 years hence, when the ginkgo would be even more massive, its roots spreading wider beneath the earth, creating chambers and tunnels that would house not just one rabbit but entire families, generation after generation, each one believing themselves to be the first to discover this perfect shelter. And through yet another doorway she saw this very night, this Halloween evening, but from a different angle from above, as if she were the moon herself, looking down at the small figure of a rabbit moving through the garden paths, at the floating lights that surrounded her, at the temple with its glowing windows and the invisible presences gathering for their annual return. From this height, she could see how small it all was, the garden, just one garden among thousands, the temple, just one temple, the rabbit, just one small creature among countless others. And yet, she could also see how precious it was, how each element fit perfectly into the whole, how the moonlight needed the stones to illuminate, how the silence needed the temple bell to define it, how her own small presence gave the ancestors something living to acknowledge, someone to bow to, someone to remind them that the world they had left continued, that the paths they had walked were still being walked. In her dream, Rabbit understood something she had not quite grasped while awake. The ancestors had not come back to visit the living out of longing or attachment. They had come back because it was part of the cycle, as natural as leaves falling in autumn or snow melting in spring. They returned the way breath returns after being released, the way the tide returns after flowing out to sea. Not because something was lacking, not because anything needed to be corrected or completed, but simply because this was the nature of things, to depart and return, to return and depart, in an endless rhythm that had no beginning and no end. She saw, too, that she herself was part of this rhythm, that one day, many seasons from now, she would release her final breath, just as she had released thousands of breaths before it, and the difference would be only that this particular breath would not be followed by another. Her small body would return to the earth beneath the ginkgo tree, would become earth itself, would nourish the roots that had sheltered her, and then perhaps, on some future Halloween when the veil grew thin, she might return as the ancestors had returned tonight, not sad, not lost, but simply present for a moment, sitting peacefully in the meditation hall, breathing with those who came after. The thought carried no fear, no resistance. It was simply true, the way water is wet and stones are hard, and the moon rises each night whether anyone watches or not. In her dream, the kind elderly man who had welcomed her appeared beside her once more, but now she could see him more clearly. His face was weathered like old wood, lined with years of smiling and squinting into sunlight and bearing sorrows with grace. He wore the robes of a monk, though they were simpler than the ceremonial garments she had seen on the temple's current priests. He sat down beside her in the dream space where physical size meant nothing, so that a rabbit and a human could sit eye to eye, equal in their presence, equal in their breath. "Do you understand now, small one?" he asked, though his voice was not quite sound. It was more like a feeling, like warmth spreading through her chest. Rabbit considered the question. She thought about the evening, the strange lights, the transparent figures, the meditation hall filled with those who were neither here nor gone. She thought about the mokugyo tapping its rhythm, about the incense smoke rising and dispersing, about the way the orange moon had slowly transformed to silver as the night aged. "I think," she replied, her own voice dream-soft, "that Halloween is not about the dead visiting the living." "No?" The old monk's eyes crinkled with gentle amusement. "No," Rabbit said, more certain now. "It is about remembering that there is no real separation, that what we call living and what we call dead are just different ways of being, different forms of the same breath. The monk nodded slowly, and in his nod was a deep satisfaction, the pleasure of a teacher whose student has grasped not just the words of a lesson but its essence. "And why," he asked, "does the world arrange for such a night? Why does the barrier grow thin once each year?" Rabbit thought about this. In her dream, she could feel the ginkgo tree's roots above her, could sense the slow circulation of sap even in this late season, could hear the patient waiting of the seeds that would not sprout until spring. "Because," she said slowly, "we forget. Those of us who walk in bodies, who feel hunger and cold and the beating of our hearts, we forget that these things are temporary. We begin to think they are permanent, that we are permanent. And so once a year, the universe reminds us, gently, without force. It parts the curtain just a little and says, 'Look, see, those who came before you are not lost, and you, when you depart, will not be lost either. All of it is part of the same dance.'" "Yes," the monk said, and his voice held something like joy. "Yes, small one, you have understood." He reached out a hand, and though it was translucent, though she knew in some part of her sleeping mind that this was a dream, she could feel his palm rest gently on her head, between her ears, a gesture of blessing and affirmation. "The living need Halloween," he continued, "because they must work hard to survive, to eat and seek shelter and protect themselves from cold and danger. This work is important, but it can make them forget the larger truth. Halloween says, yes, do your work, live your lives, but remember you are not only this body, this moment, this single breath. You are part of something vast and ongoing, and nothing you love is ever truly lost." Rabbit felt something release in her chest, a tightness she had not known she was carrying. How many times had she watched the seasons change, seen leaves fall and die, seen baby birds tumble from nests before they learned to fly, seen the old koi in the pond float belly up one morning, gone still and silent. She had always felt a small sorrow at these passings, a sense that something precious had been lost forever. But now she understood. Nothing was lost. Everything transformed, changed shape, moved from one form to another, but the essential nature, the breath, the presence, the isness of each thing that continued, woven into the fabric of the world itself. "Thank you," she whispered to the monk. "Thank you," he replied, "for sitting with us tonight, for being present, for being alive now, in this moment, so that we who have departed can remember what it was like to feel the earth beneath our feet, to smell incense and pine, to watch the moon rise over a garden we loved." And then he faded, not sadly but peacefully, the way one fades from a room by simply walking out the door, the way presence naturally gives way to absence, gives way to presence again, in the eternal rhythm. Rabbit's dream shifted then, becoming less visual, more sensory. She felt the earth cradling her body, felt the warmth of her own small heart beating steadily in her chest. She heard, from far above, the temple bell marking another hour, 3 deep tones that rolled through the valley and slowly, slowly dissipated into silence. She heard the wind moving through the bamboo grove on the eastern edge of the garden, that particular hollow rattling sound that bamboo makes, like wooden chimes, like bones dancing, like laughter. She felt her breathing slow even further, matching the rhythm of the earth itself, that vast patient breathing that takes place over decades and centuries, the breathing of mountains settling, of forests growing, of rivers carving their paths through stone. And she understood, in this place beyond words, that she was not a rabbit having a dream. She was the dream itself, temporarily wearing the form of a rabbit, experiencing what it was like to be small and furred and alive in an autumn garden on Halloween night. And when this dream ended, as all dreams must, she would not disappear, but would simply become the next dream, and the next, each one different, each one the same. In and out, in and out. And the breathing was all of existence, hers and the ancestors and the trees and the moons and the earth's, all breathing together, all rising and falling, all arising and passing away, moment by moment by moment, in the great rhythm that needs no drum to mark it, that plays itself, that is both the music and the silence between the notes. The garden settled into the deepest part of night, that hour when darkness is most complete, when even the insects cease their songs, and stillness becomes so profound it is almost tangible. This was the hour for sleeping, for letting go, for allowing the day strange and ordinary, Halloween and every day, to dissolve into memory and dream. And in the morning, when the sun rose and painted the eastern sky with the colors of persimmon and honey, when the temple bell rang out its call to waking, when the monks emerged to sweep the paths and light the incense, the garden would be just itself again. The stone lanterns would be stone lanterns, the pond would be a pond, the ginkgo tree would be a ginkgo tree, with a rabbit sleeping peacefully beneath its roots. But somewhere in the grain of the wood, in the curve of the stones, in the slow and patient growing of the trees, the memory would remain, a Halloween night when the ancestors returned, when the veil grew thin, when one small rabbit learned that all things fear and peace, presence and absence, living and dying are simply different faces of the same truth. And that truth is this: everything changes, everything passes, and in the very center of that change, in the heart of that passing, there is stillness, there is breath, there is peace, in and out, in and out, in and out, and the rabbit sleeps, and the moon sets, and the stars fade into morning, and the world turns slowly through its seasons, autumn to winter to spring to summer to autumn again, and all of it is exactly as it should be, exactly as it should be, exactly as it should be. Sleep now, sleep.